racism. What do you call it?
Simple. They've been saying
As people say bad things about black folks, I call it racist. What do you call it?
What do you mean? What's the point you're making?
Well, you said the people say bad things about you. I call that racist. Specific things. So you think about black folks.
What Jewish people do?
No, wait, Kaz, I'm asking you a important question. Kaz, wait a second. People enslaved black folks. I call that racism. People said that they were bad things. I call it racism. What do you call it when they call Jewish specific things? Whether they call Jews lazy, or they call Jews stupid, or they say Jews are on welfare. I call that racism. What would you call it?
But all Jewish people are not like that. Happen to run everything. They have bad intentions, and they spread a lot of pedophilia shit.
Jonas Salk had a bad intention, Kaz? Did Jonas Salk have a bad intention, Kaz?
And then they want to lie about things like the Holocaust, you know.
Albert Einstein had a bad intention, Kaz.
They want to lie about the Holocaust.
So do we say all people are like P. Diddy and Michael Jackson?
All these companies are operating.
Diddy and Michael Jackson.
No, it's not important. All Jewish, it's not all. Listen to what I said. It's not all Jews, but Jews at the top. The people at the top doing it, they happen to be Jewish.
Okay, who is a Jew at the top?
It's a lot. It's families.
Name one.
It goes on families.
Who is a Jew at the top?
I just gave you some.
They're not Jewish, so give us one.
They are Jewish.
No, they're not. Kaz, they're not. So give us a Jew at the top.
Who's a Jew at the top?
They're Jewish.
Dude, there's no more guns. You're talking to me. I want to meet one of these Jews. Okay, Michael Bloomberg. Okay, what did Michael Bloomberg do that was bad? He was mayor of New York. What did he do? The city got safer. You don't like Michael Bloomberg? The company.
I don't know. I don't live over there. I was trying to help him.
What did he do? What did he do that bothered you? He said he did evil.
His crime is being Jewish, obviously. That's his crime. She has no evidence, no further statements. She just randomly blurted out.
Ever hear polio?
The sickness?
Yeah.
What about it?
You don't have it, do you?
Do I
have
have
any
it?
relatives? Do you have any relatives that had it?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, do you know why they don't have it?
Why?
Because Jonas Salk invented the vaccine so that nobody has it anymore.
So here's the thing.
So, and guess what about Jonas Salk? He's Jewish. Yeah.
You know what?
And then Saban figured out how to put it in little sugar cubes so you can have it in school and make sure that no school kids had
This
it.
is important. So you see it like that, right?
Shall I keep going?
The way I see it, here's the thing. This is why there's a lot of
You
confusion.
think we should still all have polio?
I'm responding to you.
You know what he charged for the polio?
You're saying a Jewish person, right?
Yeah.
There's a sickness,
Make sure-
and he made a vaccine for it, right?
So you know that.
Listen to this. I'm saying this.
And you know what he charged for it?
Here's what I'm saying, bro. Here's what
Yes, I want to wait. We didn't finish the lesson. You know what he charged for it?
It was free. Knowing how to do
Free.
it. I know. I know. We're free.
He paid millions of people all around.
Bro, no.
Millions of people
not
all
talking.
around
You
the
want to
world.
overtalk me, bro. Like,
No,
I waited all that.
no more fragility.
All right.
Go ahead.
But basically, you guys see it like that. I see it like, first of all, they knew what it was. They probably had something to do with it. And the vaccines are not what we think they are. Like, bro, these vaccines are like,
Holy shit, so you're saying Jews brought polio into the world so that Jonas Salk could figure out how to cure it and take credit? Is that what you're saying? I think I just heard him say that. Did anyone else? David, did you hear him say that?
The story you think it is not really that. I heard him saying that, yeah. You shouldn't trust the vaccines. Point blank, period. All right.
And how do you even react to
You didn't
this?
know what polio
Because people
was.
trust these vaccines. People trust these vaccines.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is where the choice of you wanting to listen to this shit comes into play. It's a you problem if you want to listen to it at this point.
Okay, so it's just like,
I'm not trolling at all. This is what you actually they create the problem.
Yeah, he's like incredibly anti-Semitic. Like honestly,
Why? Just because they want to put it on party. That's what happened. That's what happened. Look at the Epsteins. They're all.
oh my gosh,
Why
how
don't
can
you
you guys do this?
Look at Epstein. Epstein's not tied to these people.
You just said all of the Epsteins, guys. Literally, you just said all of the Epsteins.
I said, look at Epstein.
No, you said look at all of the
I
Epsteins.
said, look at Epstein.
Okay, all right, let's go one at a time. Let's try to elevate the conversation a little bit. For the record, no, Jews did not invent polio. Jews did create polio.
You would know if they did.
Yes, of course.
They wouldn't put it in.
There's no such thing as inventing polio. It's a natural.
No, but you guys did, but normal, you guys did invent the transgender
What are you
surgery.
talking about? Y'all push that transgender shit.
Let's move on. All right,
Let's be real about it.
let's move on.
It's so unfortunate because this kind of rhetoric actually is like a double-edged sword. It like hurts you guys, like the Jewish people in the room, to keep hearing this kind of narrative, and it simultaneously destabilizes like all of your contributions.
Well, that's why I like to say reading poetry on Clubhouse is extremely valuable, because if all you did was listen to R words all day long, well, then you too might become an R word. Your audiobook that you choose to listen to is important. Therefore, use discernment and discrimination to know how much is too much Clubhouse. Hello?
Here's my big issue with a lot of this stuff. What's happening is that they're creating unfalsifiable arguments. I mean, when I say they, I'm going to be specific here. I mean, anti-Semites like Kaz. What he's doing is he's creating an unfalsifiable argument. So if you just go, oh yeah, hey, what you're saying is totally insane, so let's follow it. Then he goes, okay, well, so again with the polio vaccine, like, oh, the polio vaccine was invented by a Jew. And then he goes, oh, well, then polio must have been invented by a Jew. You see this again. This is not exclusive to Kaz. This is like other people who are anti-Semitic as well. When you call them out, what you're saying is insane. Oh,
Yeah, you actually are, dude.
No,
Like saying that the estimated number of deaths during the Holocaust is a lie. That's anti-Semitic, bro.
But I've heard numbers as high as 18 million.
No, but that's not the direction he's going in PC, and let's not be intellectually dishonest. Please, let's not be intellectually dishonest and giving.
What do you mean?
No, and giving Kaz credit.
It's still talking about hundreds of thousands and millions of people. It's still a tragedy. So like measuring like a yard instead of
Trying to minimize it is a classic anti-Semitic.
No, I don't because I'm minimizing it. You guys are taking it so when
No, it was about his statement. Kaz's statement was about minimizing it, bro.
it's not about minimizing.
We're not talking about the people who are not in this room. We're talking about the person who said the statement in this room.
I understand English. I disagree with the way that you're taking it, and the reason why is because they're not doing something positive. I'm not saying that he's doing something positive.
Well, I think it's just your opinion that you understand English, because I asked you earlier if you knew the and he just keeps talking like a motor mouth, like how I'm doing, and we just keep talking over each other because one of us must definitely have a mental health problem.
Okay. I'm going to say this again. I had to take a few phone calls and do a few meetings because I'm trying to control the and Jews are lying. That's where that whole thing comes from. So you have fallen victim to a classic, really it's a Nazi trope. And when black folks in particular begin to parrot Nazi anti-Semitic lies, it's particularly disturbing since black folks too were the subject of discrimination and racism and oppression historically, like the Jews. Now, do we have to keep drilling down into this nonsense of Holocaust denial and Holocaust minimization, or can we move on to something slightly more?
The reason why I don't think you guys care about progress, and the reason why I don't think you guys care about anti-Semitism.
Nor talking. What were you gonna say?
This is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Before Abby got on stage, I think I was misunderstood. I was trying to basically build a bridge with not just you, but have a conversation with. It helps the conspiracy theorists because when you start to deny, oh, we're not overrepresented in the media, or if you say that Jews are overrepresented in the media, right, you have to feel like you're committing a crime. Like, there are certain things that you guys are doing that aren't strategic in my point of view, and that gives people like Kaz more credibility because you guys can't even have conversations. You can't even have conversations.
Hang on. Do you remember welfare queens? Remember that term?
What does welfare queens have to do with?
That was from Ronald Reagan. That was from Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time. I know you were alive during that time, thank God, but I wasn't alive to witness.
I wasn't alive either, but I know that term.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being like?
He's talking about the proselytization. He's talking about the proselytization.
This is what you don't understand. I agree. You're talking to people that agree with shit. Like, yes, they were alive during the Holocaust. How could he even know that? Look at him. This is a lie. That's a new standard for knowing about something. Why? Is this news to you, normal, that black people are overrepresented when it comes to
One at a time now, everybody. We can't all hear ourselves if everybody's talking at the same time. Moderators, let's just do it one at a time. If somebody wants to talk out of turn, just put them in the goo, because nobody can hear everybody talking at the same time. It's like a bang room. There's no point in everybody talking at the same time.
Did you just learn something today?
No, you gotta control.
No, I'm trying to teach you about racism, and you're proving impervious.
But here's the thing, Norm. People say,
why don't you try a different strategy?
People say this, right? People say people are racist against white people. Black people don't like white people, right? And I tell them,
Who is that talking? TC.
Please know what he's
dumb, bitch.
Like the fight, you cut I tell black people, like, bro, you realize only a small percentage of white people owned slaves back then, right? I'm that type of person. I'm not caping for anybody. And I'm telling you, that 6 million Jews, that's been a folktale in the Jewish community.
Not a folktale.
Listen, let me land it, bro. Before you cut it out, bro, I'm here to listen to you, bro. Just let me say what I'm saying, bro.
Okay. All right. I mean, thank you for your participation. It's enough already. It's a folktale. It's a lie. It's the Jews are difficult. It's enough already. I've heard enough nonsense from this guy. I'm here to tell you that it's a folktale. Okay, it didn't happen, right? I mean, my mother lived through it, but she must have been dreaming. And by the way, all those dead Jews, any minute now they're just resting, and any minute now they're fixing to get up and walk. So, thank God.
Documented thing ever. These motherfucking Nazis, they were proud of it. They didn't deny it. They had trial. They said we were following orders, but they didn't say we didn't do it. It's the most documented thing of all time. It's like October 7th. The terrorists would go out there and are videotaping themselves raping and killing people, and then people say, "Oh, they didn't do it."
You know, there's always going to be somebody, you know. I mean, God bless Kanye. Kanye said that slavery was a choice. I guess this guy must agree with him that slavery was a choice.
Yeah, but
the only
the thing
explanation,
is,
right?
when Kanye said that, I believe that people get to say like things that they believe in some instance. But at the end of the day, y'all can talk all the shit y'all want, but people notice patterns.
At the end of the day, we got pattern recognition seekers, distributors of hate speech like NPC, low IQ baboons that don't read poetry. NPC, what's the last poem you read?
You're going to start alienating people who just have questions.
Yeah,
And when you alienate people who just have questions, it's the people.
No, you're just trying to promote people. You just want to promote people. You don't really, you know. Yeah, no, you're trying to provoke Jews when you say the Holocaust didn't happen or it's a folktale 6 million years old.
Oh my gosh, Randy.
You don't have a solution.
Yeah, NPC didn't say that. Randy, NPC didn't say that.
But whoever said that it's 6 million is a
Yeah, that person's
they
really
didn't read that in the book. But there's no source for.
I didn't mean to say baboon there. Could have just said dumbass. That's really what I meant to say. It just seemed like that was the next logical word for me.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 million to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists or taxologists. All taxation is theft affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Shake, break, love, buses all is on fire. Swallowing your Brandon Johnson is a scam. Swallowing your Brandon Johnson is the task. Swallowing your Brandon Johnson is a liar. Swallowing your Brandon Johnson is a criminal. 3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The seed to you is a lobby propaganda. Opposition affordability is a scam, Brandon Johnson. Public spending track of Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the monopoly is a scam. All Russian freedom buses of power for profits. You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Gonna care, gonna change while you pass that. Your friends at the table, eating out in the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream, sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red and scream. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attached. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. Cash goes out with our pay. Open up the books right now. Showing numbers like mine. Transparency on air. Brandon Johnson is attached. You call it for the people. The doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about a purple, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. While our bullets spinning tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that we'll spend. Cash goes out when I get. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in my life. Transparency on air. Brandon Johnson is attached. We want to sing it. Every cent, every check, every beat. Brandon Johnson is the time. We're the ones who pay it back. All the booze and all the top of my head. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in my life. The truth on the child. It's written all across the class. Brandon Johnson is the time. You stamp a paycheck with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Signed your name on the dime. Like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red extremes. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. names on the contract, the story was told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in its own code, just to figure it out. We all got slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Never photo up on a dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Where did your cities attack? We're the ones that keep it back. Heroes that are spinning. Cash goes out like this. Open up the books right now. Show me all the transparency on Google Ads, Google AI. Brandon Johnson is the affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rates climb higher while you call me a denier. You brand every critic and enemy of hope. While families do the math that can't cut off. They don't let world be spent quiet. Friends get fed. They still riot. You're outside, just get a fan. We're waiting out.
What is it? What is it?
What do you mean? What is it?
Is it in the U.S. government? Is atheism within the U.S. government? I just want to know.
No, it's a central government.
Would you choose a president that's an atheist?
I mean, if they want freedom, then yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Simon is an anarcho-capitalist. Yes, you are.
Anarchists are fucking.
Yes, you are. Everything you describe is anarchist.
You said inequality, you said you lied. You said you don't think the populace system is what the retard.
I said.
Oh, you didn't say
He
that?
lies about not being an anarcho-capitalist.
I heard everything.
I said.
I heard it, Nate.
It comes when it
I
comes.
heard everything. That's insane.
I said.
That's what the kids do.
They just lie all the time.
Finish the sentence. I said. Being a theist, say you reject the laws of logic. You're stupid. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But if you're an anarchist, especially an anarcho-capitalist, you have evaded so many facts that you cannot. Like, I'm being tongue in cheek when I talk about retards because I know a lot of them, but I think that they hold a stupid and very evil position.
That's projection. That's Simon projecting, obviously.
I wish we could start from the beginning and you actually tell us something substantive that we can like bite into here, right? To compare Christianity to, because you're not really giving us much to.
He doesn't have anything to give, by the way. He just gave you his projection. That was all he gave you.
Being in favor of capitalism.
And as we can all see, there's not much there. He's like a wet sponge.
So he's still a Christian then. He's still a Christian.
Mashallah, brother.
What is your
He was a Catholic.
Yeah.
I was not.
Once a Catholic, always a Catholic.
That's
I
correct.
was like
Correct.
7 years old and like God made no
Same
sense.
for CM.
God made no sense at the age of 7. What the fuck did you know how to do at the age of 7?
He knew how to determine that he was an atheist because obviously now in his 30s, he's even more intelligent than he was when he was 7 years old. He's grown in intelligence, as you can see.
You can't even tie a shoe at 7.
I'm actually at like 4 or 5. I was time she was at like 4.
Is this your first time meeting Simon as he whispers in his closet as his fiance or girlfriend sleeps in the other room? This is what he does. He comes here, he says nothing. And you guys are wondering why you're frustrated? The man has nothing intelligent to say. Just challenge him to say one smart thing. He can't do it.
Just gonna ask the question.
Exactly. That's why I say he's like a wet sponge. There's just nothing there. You could squeeze it all you want, but you're not going to get anything but some water out of it. There's just no intelligence there. The man is like autistic. He's autistic, basically.
Too much of autist. Not too much of schizoid.
He's neurodivergent like Abby, but unlike Abby, Abby escaped an actual biological lab in Ukraine near Chernobyl, and thus you see the mutant rat freak you know is Abby.
No, she's not from there. She's
Well, Simon's not far away. Simon was made in the library near the Ayn Rand section, and Simon actually. Anyways, if you guys are looking to discuss God, read a book. If you want to be annoyed, talk to Simon or Abby. I am complete.
Okay, I will give you something annoying. Simon thinks he eats 7,000 calories a day and still lose weight. 7,000.
Oh, yeah, eating his girlfriend's box. He's doing that.
Ew. Okay, that's disgusting. Anyway, that got debunked, by the way. Those were not 7,000. Nobody can eat 7,000 calories. Are you kidding me?
Alright, this motherfucker. You have any questions he asked today?
Not only was I actually tracking and giving you exactly like the pictures of what I was eating.
Yeah, we tracked that, Simon. It was like 3,000 or something.
There's no way. You broke universal laws.
Not really. It's not really.
It's another one of those amazing claims where he just acts along. Maybe I'll send you a picture or something. But again, if you think you're going to actually gain any kind of intelligence or anything useful or have any fun talking to Simon, you will be mistaken. It's not fun talking to Simon. It's not informative talking to Simon. He can't persuade you of anything. It's literally like talking to a wet sponge. Hi, wet sponge. What's new today? Squeeze. Nothing there? Great. Moving on.
Yeah, he's a neo.
Megatron came all over the West fucking.
Yeah, fuck that. Of course. And at the age of 7, you already knew and understood the Trinity.
He knew all of 2,000 years of history and philosophy and worldview just by 7. The guy's Mozart.
Messiah. Yeah, all the prophecies that led up to the Messiah. You could debunk every single polemic at the age of 7.
No, that's not
So how did you know that it was bullshit? What do you mean it didn't make sense? You're lucky if Voltron makes sense to you at 7, let alone the fucking Bible. Are you serious?
Exactly. Again, I'm not saying I was this like a genius. It's the way it was described to me, it didn't make any sense.
I still don't understand Voltron.
Who does?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's just admit he's the Mozart of R words on this app. He learned all of human history by 7. He learned all of philosophy, mathematics, everything. By 7 years old, this guy figured it all out. So I want to welcome you all back to the Roast of Simon. Let's start the barbecue.
I'm not a Christian because at the age of 7, Thomas Aquinas was just so boring.
I actually think Thomas Aquinas is like one of the best.
All right, Simon. A little bit of time went by. I'm just kind of wondering what your worldview is.
PTR Megatron. He is an objectivist while being very subjective.
Seven years times 365 times 24 hours. You haven't actually read as many books as I have, son. You haven't experienced life the way that I have to know that miracles exist and that intelligence comes from books, my son. But Dad, God is an illusion. You're just using your imagination. No, son, I've been reading books, and you're only 7, son. Please wait till you're at least 50 and read a lot of books and experienced a lot of life till you make your final decision and determination. Thanks, son. But Father, I've read Ayn Rand in the library. Ayn Rand changed my life, Dad. And you never read Ayn Rand. You don't understand about Ayn. She's a genius, Dad, unlike you. Well, son, that's just like your opinion. I hate you, Dad. I wish you were dead, Dad. You're so stupid, you're delusional, Dad. Okay, son, take it easy, son. Take it easy, son. No!
So here's where the real critique is going. What he's given me here so far, and I'm looking under what objectivism is and precise. So it says metaphysics, reality exists independently of perception, objective reality. Epistemology, reason, the only valid means of acquiring knowledge. She rejects faith as a method of knowing. Ethics, now this is the interesting one. Rational self-interest, the individual ought to pursue their own flourishing as a moral good. Now, that's kind of interesting because that same pillar almost mimics the one from the Secular Humanist Manifesto. So, right there on that, rational self-interest. Anybody can rationalize themselves to anything. And the individual ought to pursue that as a form of flourishing, is a moral. At all. That's actually kind of subjective and selfish. Well, what do you think of that, Simon?
Currently editing a video, and my girlfriend is in the other room sleeping, so I'll have to whisper. But if you haven't read Ayn Rand yet and determined the difference between object and subject and object, then you don't know how words work, and I don't have enough time to explain it to you. Sorry, my girlfriend's sleeping, and I gotta whisper in the other room.
You know what we should do, though, Universe? We should study her for like a week, and I guarantee we'll know more about her in a week than he's known the whole time. You want to do it, Universe? Let's see who can reach. Let's see who can reach the epic levels first. All right? When do we start it? Start it now?
Start it now.
He's buying her book right now. I guarantee it's scumbag. He's buying her book right now. Piece of shit. And don't buy it on Kindle either. That's cheaping out. Because then he doesn't have to wait for it to deliver it to his house. He's gonna have it like in 2 minutes. Fuck. I'm not even home yet. Rabbi, do you think you could know more about objectivism than Simon in a little time? Because this is his worldviews, this objectivism, and this woman Ayn Rand. Is that her name? Ayn Rand?
No, Ayn Rand. I'm buying the book right now. It's called Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand by Leonard Peikoff. When we read this book, Simon will become so irrelevant, he'll just disappear.
Yeah, we're gonna know, and what's today, Monday? Yeah, by Friday, we have to give a full piece to stuff.
I would be really
I could do
impressed.
this. I can do this. Yeah, I'm gonna know more about this view than you do in a week.
Okay.
Guarantee it.
I've been studying it formally for like 8 years, but okay.
Have you?
Yeah.
8 years.
Well, some people read the Bible their whole lives and they never even understand it. So what does that tell us exactly, Dr. Simon?
You kept that to yourself.
Okay, I just bought the book, Ayn Rand Library, the Ayn Rand Lexicon, Objectivism from A to Z, and we're going to test Simon's knowledge of Ayn Rand philosophy.
No, we're going to debate him on it. We're going to own him on it. Like, I'm going to become an objectivist by Friday.
Sure, let's do it.
I agree. I can't wait to see Simon disappear.
Wednesday morning, I'm going to be debating Universe on this. Like,
Luke just bought another Ayn Rand book for $4 called The Virtue of Self. Simon?
Yeah, multiple times. You should probably read the Objectivist Epistemology, Intro to Objectivist Epistemology.
I'm sorry, you were mumbling. What did you say?
I said you should probably read the Intro to Objectivist Epistemology. That's
What does epistemology mean, Simon?
It's the study of human knowledge.
And what does objectivism mean?
Objectivism is just the name of the philosophy.
I know, but what does objectivism like? We have the word object, and then we have the word ism, correct? Because I don't think a lot of people know that objectivism is just materialism, like the drum right here in front of me, or the table that my phone is standing on. Those are called objects. And so if I believe in an object, well, clearly I'm an objectivist. If I open up a book on philosophy and it's about the subject, well, then I guess I'm a...
hello? Hello?
No.
I can't be an objectivist and a subjectivist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the R word who's been reading Ayn Rand for 8 years and can't even explain it because he's an R word. That's okay. There are autistic people that live in facilities for their own safety because they can't actually take care of themselves. But Simon here, amazingly, actually, he works. He has a business or he has a job. But yet again, it's just not fun talking to him because there's just nothing there. I mean, but I could be mistaken. Maybe he's got a hot girlfriend and that redeems him. I hope so.
7,000 calories eating box. I mean, shit.
It's amazing how stupid you can be that can try to define it, but you just say that word is an illusion. It's just in your mind. It doesn't mean anything. Meanwhile, the word God itself can be translated into so many different words. What we're really doing is dealing with highly argumentative people that hate your choice of words or opinions of words. And these are stupid retards, ladies and gentlemen. People that should be despised in society because they're so obnoxious and so stupid and so fucking petty and retarded like Simon.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. I think it's all under the rationalist camp when it comes to their epistemology. So they'll say words, give descriptions, but they can't actually, but they divorce the concepts from reality. So that's why like people start with definitions of what God is and all that because they're missing the observation to tie the words to the object in reality.
Your projection on why you don't understand that God exists.
The sun is a God. Okay? You still haven't defeated that. And that's using an objectivist.
Using what? Sorry, you completely cut out.
This approach isn't
Well, the sun is not a god because just because the sun is the source of all light, and without the energy and the warmth, we wouldn't have life here on Earth. That doesn't prove that the sun is a god. My objectivist philosophical glossary and definition told me so. And so, I've reviewed your claim with evidence, and I'm not complete. And every other part of her body, I would have loved Ayn Rand. She would have been the perfect wife. And I hope to God that one day I meet a woman like Ayn Rand who can make all my dreams of marriage come true. I am complete. It's a good thing to be selfish. And if everyone was selfish, then there wouldn't be any selfishness in the world. And no one would try to commit crimes or do anything evil or wicked or harm other people or abuse other people because everybody would be practicing their own form of selfishness. I am complete.
Mr. Universe, why is it when I say this sun is a god, they're like, well, that can't be a god because he doesn't have a personality or a person. Well, what is that?
I think it's just because people aren't objectivists and they don't understand science and laws of nature and mathematics and philosophy and chemistry and biology, and therefore
use that as a god also.
I know, but you have to present evidence to support your hypothesis. If your experiment can't be repeated, well then it's not the scientific method. Without the scientific method, we don't know what is true. That's just your opinion. You don't understand the difference between truth and opinion.
They're eternal. They're unchanging.
Then I think we have to first define what is the difference between truth and opinion.
Truth is based on facts.
But is it your opinion that these are facts, or are the facts just merely opinions?
And there's also
You see, it's a fact that you're in the Matrix. It's not an opinion.
Ask you one final question before I like.
I think we've proven here beyond a reasonable doubt that Ayn Rand most definitely was the closest woman to ever achieve a union with God, because God is very selfish and objectivist and not a subjectivist. And therefore, again, I have to assert that if we could maybe get a genetic sample of Ayn Rand and bring her back to life, she could possibly be the Mashiach that we're looking for.
Inshallah.
Wait, so wait a second. So what view are you taking of hers? Because I'm taking a theistic view of Ayn Rand. I'm taking the studies on, how they apply them to the universe.
Well, I've just ordered over 20 different Ayn Rand books, and by Friday I will be a subject matter expert, and then I will obliterate Simon once and for all.
I haven't gotten home yet, so he's got a head start. That's why I gotta keep talking to him.
I have been studying Ayn Rand since I was 7, when I found out that God wasn't real, just like Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. And when I realized that it was my dad dressed as this.
You're gonna just say math and logic is my God.
You can say that, but that's totally subjective, not objective, and it's your perspective. And so what we're trying to do is find out whether or not there are universal truths, just like there are laws of nature.
The laws of nature, yeah, sometimes they're universal. I don't even know what you mean. Laws of nature, universal. What is that?
Well, look at your PTR. Clearly something's going on there, and I would say that is reminiscent of the laws of nature, symbols and hieroglyphics, like you said, transcendental, just like Ayn Rand, because when Ayn Rand had an orgasm, it was the best orgasm that a woman has ever had. Now, some might say that's subjective, but I witnessed Ayn Rand have the most exotic orgasm that a woman has ever had in a menage a trois. And see, sexuality and life choices, those things all come into play when we're determining whether or not Ayn Rand is the true Messiah.
So a real philosophical question on the laws of nature, right? Like Newton's laws of motion, general relativity. The twist here is, but these real laws, if these laws govern reality, are these real laws that govern reality, or are they just descriptions and patterns we observe? What are they?
Well, you could go in a ratchet-ass trench room, what we would call a bang room, and they will definitely say that they are pattern seekers, and they recognize patterns. So since we all recognize patterns, and people bring up the fact that they are pattern recognition seekers and pattern recognition observers, like everybody else, clearly they know the truth, my N-word.
Yeah, science assumes universality, but it doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove it. Modern science runs on assumptions, like experiments done here apply everywhere. No, they don't apply everywhere. They don't.
Well, have you ever taken the polio vaccine? Because I was just with a Democratic APEC lawyer, Abby, and she was saying that the Jews cured polio, and then an African-American gentleman said that the Jews also created polio. So who's right? Who's wrong? What's important?
How do we measure the speed of light? Do you remember? You can look it up. Is he still here? Hello? Hello?
Isn't that just like the distance that it takes light to travel between point A to point B?
Oh, wait. And back.
And back? Whoever said anything about going back?
Wait. No, we don't measure it that way, my friend.
How do we measure it then?
Measure it. How do we measure it?
Hey, Grok, how do we measure the speed of light?
Like, Simon, tell us. Is it one way?
I'm looking up a lot on this stuff, and I'm like finding been debunked in a sense. Like when you actually, like I can't remember the other philosopher. I can't forget whose rule it was, but it's a particular rule where you can't violate your own inference rule. So even on the epistemology of the very said, philosophy that you're looking into here, Rand claims reason is the only means of knowledge. Faith isn't valid. So like the counter here would be the claim itself can allow circularity. So like you're violating your own inference rule there. And then it's a philosophical axiom, right? So we're getting into a Gripper's trilemma there. So you're falling under one of the horns of that, and it's not empirically or deductively proven as a result. So like, the system depends on an unprovable standing point while denying all others like faith, that special.
Basically being selfish and conservative because the liberal left woke mob, which is taking over society.
That's what she looks like.
Don't judge her book by its cover. Don't judge a book by its cover. No. Activism. And you haven't read enough. You're still just getting home. You haven't read enough Ayn Rand books yet.
Saying that like ethics based on rational interest, which I actually critiqued earlier, just kind of getting into it, but it says Rand says the moral good equals what advances the individual's life. So
there it goes.
Morality is grounded in self-interest, then that's if you have conflicting interests, no objective resolution based on conflicting interests or power or advantage can redefine rational. So you can align and say if two rational agents benefit from harming each other, what adjudicates that between them? That's the same shit in the fucking Secular Humanist Manifesto. I'm pretty sure, like this. It's like a rational self-interest, but it's like this democratic, like collective good for everybody type of thing that has the same kind of circular thing going for it.
It's trannies living in a commune. That's all it is. That's what it is. That's what it turns. That's what it boils down to.
Dude, I should make a music album called that. Trannies in a trailer park or something.
Nazi, they call them Nazi trannies. So it's such an idiotic thing. Skinheads. Caring for a child, but he hates life. It's like, dude, like, how smart does he think he is?
I can't wait until his baby is going to transition. Let's see how much of he is gonna promote transgenders.
Yeah. No, Abby, it's worse. These gay parents don't even want gay children. They want to have grandkids. Think about that.
He has gay parents?
No, I'm saying gay parents don't even want their kids to be gay.
Yeah.
That's not true. From an objectivist perspective, Ayn Rand would say that gay parents want their children to be happy, and that just because the parents are gay doesn't mean the children will be gay, and that they should pursue whatever sexuality that their soul tells them to pursue. And we've got Caleb down there who marries men underneath the hoop love you. And like, they should also understand that natural law means that man and woman together is the true symbol of God, because in the Zohar it says that where a man and a woman are united, there you will find the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, the Shekinah. And so if you truly want a union with God, or if you're a solid Slavist, or you believe in Gnosticism, you gotta get with a woman. You can't do it with a man's booty hole. Hello.
I did come to the conclusion the other day that basically solipsism is just Gnosticism translated into Slavicism. If you think that Gnosticism isn't the exact same thing as Slavicism, solipsism, I mean, I just don't. Can you defend that? Hello?
We call them nihilistic hard determinists that think they're in a brain about. Solipsistic nihilistic hard determinists. That's what they are.
Oh my god.
Wait, you said they think they're in like a brain vacuum or something?
Well, they say they could be a brain in that.
A brain in a what? A brain in a vat?
They think it's just no sensory experience. They don't believe in this, in the id.
Got it. Well, you know what I really like is books, because books prove to me that time is a concept and that the now is all important. However, history books are a motherfucker, especially the ones that I'm looking at right now from 1946, because there are a lot of dumb motherfuckers on this app that want to say a lot of racist shit. Put into these books, it will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they are trash and that they are just here projecting hate speech because they're losers. And I've got books. I'm not saying that I'm privileged. I'm saying I got books. And a lot of people on this app, they can go fuck themselves real bad. Fuck themselves real good, because they're pieces of trash. Human trash.
Why is Simon leaving? He's still in the audience. At the content audience.
Can we what should we call it? Go over this woman's metaphysics. Yeah, metaphysics.
I think one of her philosophy is when you see a child drowning in the water, you're not gonna go save it. You're just gonna drown.
So she wouldn't have a fence. She wouldn't have a fence around her pool if she has a child.
No, like maybe natural water. She'll just let the child die.
Crazy.
So I Googled what are Ayn Rand's most controversial statements. This is what it says.
So this is the objective reality, the metaphysics. Objective reality doesn't lead to her ethics. Rand starts with, reality is objective, fine, but that does not logically entail like capitalism, or it does not entail egoism. This is the gap you move from what is to what ought to be without justification. This is the what problem famously articulated by David Hume.
A menace. She regarded government as a dangerous threat to man's rights, arguing that its only legitimate purpose is to protect against physical force, as discussed on. Yeah.
I figured that one. That's. Yes,
Also, on religion, she equated believing in God with not believing in life, claiming that placing a higher power above one's own life is a sign of lack of self-worth. As they like to say in the community, worth.
Oops, they got teeth. They got two tubes.
She defines femininity as the essence of femininity is hero worship, the desire to look up to men. That's how she defined femininity. I will never live for the sake of another man, nor ask another man to live for mine. It's from Atlas Shrugged. And when Abby was saying that, Anne Randians wouldn't save the dying baby in the river, I think that's a little ridiculous, but that's what Abby does. It says here, the virtue of selfishness, Rand argued that pursuing one's own rational self-interest is the highest moral purpose, rejecting the idea that people should sacrifice themselves for others. So it says it's the highest moral purpose, but is it the most intelligent purpose? Hello?
Well, she negates altruism, so there's no altruism in any of this.
Oh, Steven's here.
But she didn't have any kids? She didn't have any kids?
No, she had 16 abortions. Unfortunately, she couldn't menstruate after the 17th abortion. In 1965. Anyways.
She couldn't marry a Muslim because then she'd have to go through the Iddah period, and she would never get a period, so then she couldn't get married to a Muslim.
Speaking about.
She always thinks she's pregnant.
Oh,
here's the fucking critique on this. This kind of just this whole thing just reduces down to like metaphysical individualism. So that's what I'm getting off of.
I mean, isn't all of religion? I mean, I would hope that your transcendental religion would be personal, selfish metaphysicalism or transcendentalism. Or, anyways, what we're trying to say is, Cora's here. Hi, Cora. Don't worry, Cora. I won't hit my bell. Welcome to Is Atheism and Ayn Rand a Worldview?
Yeah.
Another word for atheism.
Oh, did I spell that wrong?
No, you spelled it right.
Did I spell it right?
Yeah. Ayn Rand? No, you got it right. No, you got it right. It's Ayn Rand. Yeah. Ayn Rand.
See, my complaint is that people just don't like the LARPers Club, the book club, the poetry club, the debate club. And so they just declare, there is no God but man, and that objectivism is the truth of the earth. But then that denies subjectivism, which is just subject. So if you just believe in object, but you don't believe in subject, well, then you must just be a deaf mute, a retard, a Down syndrome sufferer, someone who hates the book club. Hello?
Why do you think that self doesn't exist in like a real sense? It's just an illusion.
No, I believe in the self with the little s and the self with the big
There's
S.
no distinction between anything. When things are illusional, then there's no real distinction. Everything is just one.
That's all the.
I don't think that follows though.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay, so explain your non-monistic view.
Because you can just say that it's like a monism with like emergent pluralities. So it's not actually one in terms of its essence. It's one in terms of its like negation or contradictory elements.
Exactly.
So it is what it's not?
Well, yeah, that would be necessary to its identity.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not crazy if there are true contradictions.
Well, everything has a contradiction. Every argument has its counter-argument, just like action and reaction, or art critic and artist. And so there is this dualism and this non-dualism. The non-dualism is what we're talking about when we talk about slopicism, or solipsism, and Taoism, or even Enlightenment, transcendental mythology, and mysticism, like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, the greatest comedian and mystic who's ever lived. Hello?
Yeah, Garth, you can just hold like non-classical logic for that sort of view to work.
You see,
I'm not a computer that's defragmented. myself that can believe in true contradictions. So I'm gonna have to operate in the real world.
Well, the point is that like there are examples of true contradictions in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Graham Priest gives like plenty of examples. I'd be like sympathetic towards his view.
No, I get it. I get it. I mean, I'm putting the tarp over my, foundation. They said it's gonna rain. Do I definitely know it's gonna rain? No. Am I gonna take the chance and having to pump out all the water of this ditch instead of just putting a tarp over it with a pump, so that if water does get in there, I don't have to go crazy doing this the next day when I get there in the morning? And I'm still hiring the guy to get there at 5 to check the pumps. So, what if it never rains? Is it a contradiction? Yeah. Never happened.
Well, again, I just want to go back to the book club, meaning that there is a chemical or a communication or our displeasure with one another and our personalities, we can actually create an experience, a happening. And unfortunately, there are just so many people on this app that are just learning English for the first time that you have to realize it's just an ELS support group app for people that don't speak English so good and stuff, kind of like, Zoolander.
Like the ones that say ELS instead of ESL.
Yeah. It's the Zoolander nonprofit book club for kids that can't read good books so good and stuff. And so I have started a nonprofit here on this app and with the state of Illinois to raise money and help people read books again instead of talking endlessly to generate the dopamine. Because the truth is, it would be better if we just read books to each other instead of, yelling at each other and just passing off emotional discharges instead of actual intelligence. I am complete. Ooh, look at Kitty's PTR. You went full.
Did you see Hillary? This is a perfect example of the abundant hypocrisy of the left.
I love this one.
I think we gotta have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows if they've committed a crime.
We've achieved a catharsis of complete and total relaxation. I would just like to read from the book Muhammad, Charlemagne, and the Origins of Europe by Richard Hodges. This is page 55. It says, Heraclius's victory distracted the world from the birth of a religious and political movement which was to overwhelm large parts of Asia and North Africa. Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, he was barely known beyond the Hejaz. Nevertheless, his movement, reinforced by the economic conditions in the Arabic Peninsula, produced an explosion almost without parallel. Within a century, Islam had tens of millions of subjects from the Atlantic to the Indus, attacking simultaneously on several fronts. Small bodies of mounted zealots ripped into old empires of Byzantium and Persia. By 640, the Islamic Abbasids, who shifted the Islamic capital to Baghdad. The Abbasids.
Okay, thank you. That was John Kitover. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Cora, you still there?
Yes.
Hi, how's it going? How you doing today?
I'm fine.
You're fine. What do you think of that? Do you think atheism is a worldview?
No.
Fair enough. Yeah, we were just having a discussion with this guy, Simon, and wasn't very clear about that. That's how all this came about. And then he said this is kind of what's supporting his views here.
You can't build a worldview on the answer to a single question.
Sure. Anyway, I think I'm gonna jump off for
Hello?
Why is because you have an effect that immediately affects Americans or Americans to sacrifice their dollar. American consumers.
NGOs. Well, we took away NGOs. Think about it. If we took away NGOs, there'd be less confusion when it comes to moving around digits. My opinion.
No, but there's something I realize.
Excuse California, but but the big thing that needs to be brought up is why is taxation so aggressive over there? Because let's take the most simplistic thing, like we're talking about the forestry. Okay, Norm brought up a very critical thing. He even wrote a paper. He said about it, by basically controlling the ecosystem by eliminating dead debris, which naturally is fuel for fires. Well, let's think about this. Why did they deny controlled burns to destroy it? Why? Because someone convinced a politician that it's going to be bad for the environment. And you could trace it down to have a good sense of humor. Figure out, break down everything. Where it goes into that element, then do a FOIA report, a FISA report, and then realize, hey, why is it kicked to an NGO? Why is there multiple NGOs handling a specific dive into it? Oh, wait, why do we have third-party contractors coming in to do forestry surveying? Why do we have third-party contractors coming in doing biological, paying so much taxes? Because in my personal dumb opinion, and you guys probably going to tell me I'm dumb for saying it, is when you have NGOs, you have an excuse to move money around that they're going to have to, instead of a FISA report, they're going to have to go to
No, listen, it doesn't matter how much money the government wastes. It doesn't matter how inefficient. We have to keep coming up with examples. Anyone else have any examples? You have to prove how inefficient the government in California does. Does anyone else have any examples?
I care for goes. I don't know, because we don't sugar down and pay it.
Because life is as simple, politics is as simple as this. Get more money from the rich and everything else is going to solve itself. Once we have more money, it's just going to solve the problems.
No, dude,
it's not about anything other than that.
Minimizing it down to just that is like being disingenuous about what's being said.
It's management of more money and wealth. That's the problem. How do we manage it? How do we tax people with a lot of money? It's like it's something new. It's a new phenomenon. It's like, how old is it? Within the last 10 years, people are like billionaires. We haven't seen this before.
Probably somewhere in Saudi Arabia or some shit. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when I say these, like, really, really extreme things, that's what y'all is saying. Because when you guys talk about taxing people, you speak in a way as if the government, whether federal or state, has a track history of using that money effectively. If this was like fucking like a Robin Hood, if this was a situation where you're actually taking from the rich and giving to the poor, maybe you could justify it, but that's not even happening. You talk as if that's happening. The government takes $1, it spits out a nickel, gives a nickel to the poor person, and then the 95 cents goes somewhere else.
It goes to administering the 5 cents.
It goes, and then you guys speak, because if like, and then you speak as if a person wants low taxes, they just are helping the rich. So you're
What stupid fucking logic is that? Poor people don't pay taxes.
So
everyone hates them for
Did you know that Elon is rich because of subsidies, because of taxpayer money?
He got rich way before he got any subsidies.
How we stop taxing people, poor people, to give the money to rich people?
Poor people in California absolutely do pay taxes, by the way.
Because he
I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. Like I'm a poor person and I pay taxes. And y'all,
like when you buy liquor or a cigarette,
I have income taxes. I have no idea why I have income taxes, but there's something on the name of that account. So y'all, he's not Norm, he's not Jew, so pretty bad. So y'all,
we use
what I'm saying,
a hierarchy structure that works. and it worked because it was based on something that new types of riches. But that's what communism, like China's communism, is benefiting from. It's like that sort of power structure have now somehow been diminished where it actually worked and they could have nothing against it. But because of these fucking monkeys like Elon Musk, okay, so what?
Wow.
He calls himself
a monkey.
fucking time.
That's what he
He
says.
does like what?
Wait,
Economic
you call him a monkey in Africa? You guys are complaining about that.
It's because Elon Musk is African American. You don't.
Yeah, that is filthy. We don't allow
No, but you know, she's not even coherent.
You have to. It's like it's a mismanagement of your minorities.
We need to make the whites great again in America.
Wait, can y'all? All right, so BB, no, she interrupted. She literally interrupted me. Literally to be retarded. Like literally. Problems. The only thing I'm saying is this: the way that the progressive tax system is now, a philosopher can go over if it's fair or not, but we all know that increasing the amount of money that people are paying in taxes, first of all, it's the biggest lie that they do. These taxes end up hitting everyone eventually. The second thing is that increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the problem. So if increasing the amount of money isn't going to solve the social problems that we want money to do, then what's the point of increasing the thing? That's my only point. If we know that, hey, increasing the amount of money is not going to lead to the result that we want, then what's the point of increasing taxes? If it did, I'd have no problem with increasing taxes.
That's
We're going to end up with
insanity.
is people exactly.
NPC, can I make a minute statement to you? Just a minute one. The reality is, okay, yeah, we have taxes, but a smart man Edwards jug or even a money guy or gal will sit there and talk to a company worker. You don't have to be a small business guy or gal. You just gotta be smart with your money. I'm just trying to help you out.
That's right.
The reason why I'm saying that, boss, is, you know, I'm gonna say this. Orange Man said this in 2016 when he was asked, but your friends all got the same government tax write-offs. Why? Because they put it in place. That you don't have to be a billionaire or millionaire to get the same subsidies like Mr. Jarl was complaining about. You just gotta be smart and learn how to read a little bit and learn where your state politicians that are trying to be crooked on the back end. You just gotta learn how they put them out there in plain sight because that's how they gotta operate.
You just need a clever account.
Yeah.
You got money from the government. You know what he got it for? He got it first for SpaceX because he was doing something the government couldn't do. Now, the left likes to talk on all their NGOs and all of these organizations that get billions of dollars of government to carry out policies that the government wants to get done. And when it's doing something like helping feed poor people in East Mongolia who need education on the difference between leftist and right, and leftists, need to be educated on leftist queer artwork in New 50s, they're happy to fund governments like that. But when it comes to Elon Musk, I want to see pictures of lesbians doing. That he was provided. The second thing they funded him for was for Tesla, which what has the left been pushing for years?
Electric vehicles.
Oh yeah, electric vehicles. And so they gave him, like every other state, like every other locality, they gave him tax benefits. Why? Because if he didn't do it in California, he was going to go to Tennessee or maybe Arkansas. Guess what? There was competition between the states. So yes, he got money to do those things. And
that's right.
So that people, us the consumers, would benefit, number one, from the space technology that the government couldn't do, and number two, from electric vehicles. And those are things that I history of
drag queens. Drag queen story order in Afghanistan.
What? What is that? Is that a thing?
Yeah, so the U.S. government funding the U.S. government funding like transgender plays in Brazil
Studies and all that, yeah.
but that's fine.
Oh, okay, so was that why George Santos was in the person?
Well, I mean, like wouldn't that just come from a different part of the budget?
Yeah, that really comes more from
And like really have no overlap.
Money though.
But it's still taxpayer money in spirit. But my question to you is what do you think about? So it's not. So So if it's not taxpayer money, what is it?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
It is outlined in the budget.
No, but what else would it cost?
Congress, this has been outlined in the budgets. All of this.
Amount that we tax rich people isn't gonna solve our social problems when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to education. Let's assume, let's try and say
already that failed.
Can you let him ask the question? Thanks.
So my question is, if we are looking to tackle these problems without raising taxes, where would you start? Or do you even think it's possible?
Reallocate funds from the police.
Police?
Number one. Yeah, this is not. Well, this is not like a defund kind of situation, but I do know that there's like an immense amount of like unnecessary tensions. Excuse me, no, this is not. No, if you guys are gonna ask me a question, please at least let me answer. Okay.
Why would you take money away
So,
from the police?
I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it.
Let her explain.
Yeah.
So, I know that. Extra, oh my god, do you guys do this all the time?
Do they not sleep?
I'm sure they do. So helicopters, new fleets of Teslas and Chargers, things that are like not actually necessary, and like oh my god, can you shut up, David? Can you shut up? Can you shut up? Did somebody ask you this question? Thank you. And just taking just a little bit each year and just reallocating those funds to somewhere else. To lots of other places.
No, but okay, so
schools primarily.
Y'all is nice. So built into the question is the premise that money. Making sure that they don't have any access to nukes and take away their money, like the police making sure that they're gutted. No, because they're a terrorist organization. We're talking about the police, the worst people in the world. So taking away money from those people is not going to do anything because No, my question is, money can't help the situation. How can you help other than money? No matter how much money you have,
and risking their lives every day for like people like me. So I don't know whatever kind of mindset you come from, but I don't think that's fair.
So long story short, the hypothetical situation is you can't add money anywhere. You can't take away money from anywhere. Adding money is not going to solve this problem at all. What would you do to help the problem?
Nothing moves without money, dude. Sorry.
What about volunteering?
That might work.
Amount you need to spend, but Bill and Melinda Gates ended up figuring this out well over a decade ago, and they ended up realizing, well, it's you have to focus on a lot of things outside of the school to really make any kind of fucking difference, and often that could be well, it's so there's so many things. Well, what control can you have? Like, for example, how were you raised? What kind of parents do you have? Are they even around? Do you have what kind of environment do you have? Money can't even change that.
It can.
No, it can't actually. I mean, for example, I work. No, it can't. I'll tell you why. When I was working with the mentally ill population here in my county, you had the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community, which has very large casinos and spring training facilities. They bring in a lot of money. Everybody gets a per cap check. Go fucking up. They ended up having to put a whole bunch of these people on forced payees to make sure that they don't go out doing drugs with their money. They had to get a bunch of services basically to help the kids and to do a lot of foster parenting, honestly. And so and we don't have the ability to do this for everybody in America. So
I'm not talking about everybody in America. I'm talking about California. What everybody else in America wants to do is fine. Yeah. So when I say like putting things into schools, this means like reintroducing like post-elementary after-school programs, something that I think actually disincentivizes young people to continue their education, to stay engaged. They don't have places to go, so they run the streets. Like things that like people like Alan and Alan and Normo kind of So when I say school, I'm sorry, Normal, I didn't hear what you said.
What structure do I have?
Okay, so like back in the before times in the 1900s, like you guys had like social programs, right?
I don't think
there were none.
We had a lot less social programs in the first half of the 20th century than we did in the latter half. a lot of people don't really realize this too. A lot of those immigrants that you saw come here from Europe, a big chunk of them ended up having to go home because there was zero safety nets for them. And so poor people were a lot poorer back then. But even then, you can save money in all these. But why is one of the poorest communities in New York City? Why are their kids? Why do they outperform every other group? And that's the Chinese. Literally, more than half of them live under the poverty.
I have a question.
They do better than every. America too, because it seems like it's not money; it's culture.
Wait, did you just say the oppression? Do you just say the oppression to achieve?
No, I said there might be cultural pressures to achieve. Like, this is like a common narrative amongst migrant, refugee, and immigrant people.
You're right. But like, so my thing is like, all right, so we don't really have any answers on what to do other than add more money and the problem's gonna go away. But
what? No, I was in the middle of giving more answers before I got jumped.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's all good.
Oh, you can go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Yeah. Like incentivize more I guess like extracurricular support for kids that is like low to no cost. And this is not like just like straight up babysitter shit. This is like, oh, let's build leaders type shit. You know what I mean? Like if the world's gonna be
this doesn't improve.
Well, what about the current homeless? No. What about because like?
You don't want to know my thoughts on homelessness. This is probably gonna make me the worst person in the world.
No. I mean the current homelessness, like the current homelessness. How are you?
Okay, Othello. Did you hold on, NPC? Othello, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
No, I was saying that they don't want to know any of your thoughts because they keep talking over you every time you speak.
Oh, I mean, it's fine. I have a twin sister, so I'm used to being spoken over.
I'm just curious though, because if you were to look at the people that you see sleeping in tents and that kind of homelessness out in California, like once again with that job that I had, this is something that was always talked about. And California is kind of a dumping ground for a lot of those people for good reasons. These are what we consider long-term homeless. The vast majority of homeless people never end up out on the street like that. These are almost all people that are seriously mentally.
In this case, is it okay for the government to scoop them up and fuck them somewhere else and not let them fucking shit all over your streets, bring the fucking property values down, and like it's like almost like they're doing some political parties bidding, and that's why they're allowed to be doing these things? Because to be honest, they probably could, if they wanted to, if they really wanted to, they could be rehabilitated, but sometimes these people don't want to be rehabilitated.
There's usually all the relapse.
But if they don't,
it usually takes multiple attempts if they ever get clean. That's the reality.
Why do they have to do it in fucking prime location and shit on everybody else's parades?
Michael Jordan.
Okay, so Pepe, I'm just gonna address quickly what you said, and then we can move on. Like homelessness for me is like a different type of issue. As a person who was homeless during the pandemic, I learned a lot about homelessness. claimed, more than 260,000 people in California. So to me, the way to address this is to do it before. Right? So like for the people who are about to lose their home, they're likely mostly families or struggling whatever entertainer thing, create pathways so that is not as much of a future for them as it definitely is here. I can't just think of what those things might be right now, but I'm sure that it's better than asking for money and then being like poof, it's gone. I understand what everybody's been saying about missing money and promised projects and stuff. So this is one of those ways. Like homeless prevention is a way to prevent like not just families but people entering into a space where now you are drug addicted, now you are mentally ill, now you're slipping. And for a lot of people who are homeless, you don't want to leave homelessness being locked up in a system where you have to follow people's rules, and that's not something that you've been used to for the, X number of years you've been homeless, right?
I can kind of know what you're saying, but I just want to make one little point, and that's when I say mental illness, you're almost always referring to the SMI system, seriously mentally ill. So that's going to be schizophrenia and that kind of stuff, which always precedes the homelessness. And the drug addiction, they usually end up, I don't know if you've known drug addicts, but it's often, and their life ends up spiraling. They end up not being able to keep,
Yeah, I'm aware. It's incredibly hard to battle back from that, for sure. So I would also bring back mental health facilities, aka like the loony bin, but make it like less inhumane and more ethical. You know what I mean? The reason they closed down in the first place.
The problem is that our fucking population is like spiraled out of control. It's like maybe easy just to put people away in like these asylums. They were like almost like like 4-star hotels. But today, it's like there's so many of them.
No, they really weren't. I don't know. Maybe that's on the East Coast.
So even if it's like, let's say society was trying to like deal with like that part of their communities, it's like, how are we going to find funding for that? Where are we going to put them? And it's like, but maybe some more emphasis.
Well, no, she's like,
put on this instead of like, maybe we have to come to that. Sorry.
What she said she felt invisible when she was homeless. Now, that is almost entirely true of the homeless and seriously mentally ill population. They tend not to be civically engaged. They tend to have no fucking voice anybody will listen to. Nobody is gonna, unlike, I don't know, some of the lobbying groups who are gonna fucking hound all spending on things that will benefit them and help make them more money. The homeless they have nothing.
I mean, yeah, unless, and it's hard, unless you are a person who is like, was civically minded before you entered homelessness. I mean, like once that time in your life levels out, you become, I've seen, incredibly energized to speak on other people's behalf. But yeah, I mean, like it's a grueling process, and like, I'm kind of split. I think a lot of people come to California, especially Southern California, to just kind of use it up for its wares. I wish those people would go back to where the fuck they came from, instead of being on meth in 6 months and becoming homeless. I wish that this wasn't a city of dreams that makes people delusional, so that they could go back to Iowa, Montana, Idaho, Ohio. And all of that takes active work, and it takes people who actually are dedicated and really care about the state. And I don't think, the one criticism I will make, right now of the government in California is that I think we have like some politicians on both sides and in the middle, like shout out independents and fucking libertarians, who just don't give a fuck about the state, and they care about power, and they care about their voice, only theirs, right, and their families, and like the intents of their of their legacy, their lineage, or what they came from, or whatever. And really, the state's too big for it not to be a collective effort, and for people not to, kind of not work together, but just, be down to be progressive and move forward, trying whatever. So, there are a lot of solutions that could help a lot of things. Is it any of that shit gonna happen? No. People only respond to suffering.
Like she's rich as hell. She's like 65. She's like the most healthy person I've ever seen. No sugar, no processed foods, and it's not because she's diabetic. She's just super healthy for some reason. And she saw me eating a Pop-Tart, right? And when she saw me eating the Pop-Tart, it was like I was eating sewage. Like she was like, "Oh my God, how can you handle that? That's too much. That's too sweet." To me, it was heaven. When you look at some homeless people in California, they're in heaven. There isn't any money that you can give them to not make them an addict, because that's what addiction is. Coming from a former addict myself, like that's what addiction. It's a mental health issue. So the reason why I asked you the question I asked you, Xerxes, is because through this conversation, we're starting to realize that there are so many human problems. They're much bigger than writing a check away. And the homelessness is one of those problems. The reason why the homes are expensive in California is because the people who are upper middle class who own the homes are really the middle class is keeping the lower class out of owning homes. It's not even the rich. It's not even BlackRock. It's middle class people wanting to have their homes appreciate, so they're just against multifamily properties in their neighborhoods, which increases artificially the price of homes. That's why the single family home issue in some parts of California is an issue. And that's because of democracy. Like, people voted for that. So you can't take that away, because it's not rich people who are doing it. It's middle-class Americans who are fucking doing this. So there's so many problems that are just bigger than you just putting money at it and then it goes away. These are humans with different interests and free will.
But that's why, again, it's the minimizing of just putting money at it. Like, this isn't just, when I say reallocate funds or
when you say reallocate,
I'm saying,
when you're saying tax.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying
this discussion's over. I'm not anytime.
Yeah, when I say that, I mean, like, there has to be a flow of where the money goes. It has to be efficient. People who are trustworthy and not crooks, which is a problem in different places here, have to be in charge of this stuff. And, there has to be, like, a set of checks and balances and an efficient model of getting this stuff rolled out, not just because the World Cup is coming, not just because the Olympics will be here in 2 years, because people are suffering, whether it be in the sun or in the shade. So
the dude, his name is Sam. He's the dude who created FTX, and he's in jail for stealing all the money. Comfortable is that certain people have a higher sensitivity to the greed of the private market, but they don't have that sensitivity to the obvious corruption, greed, And the same things happen within government. At least in a private market, when a person's being greedy, they're greedy with something that they earned. They might have earned it by cheating, or a lot of them don't cheat.
MPC, can I just say something? I just think
No, baby. Well, I asked a question and not, no, you can't. No, you can't say something. And then Monica's after me. So the whole thing I'm saying is that
it was her before you. But
actually, she can go now. Monica, you want to go now? Monica.
Yeah. Hey guys. Scotty, is it your room? It's a great title. Very interesting. Y'all are on homeless in California. Alright, so I think it'd be foolish for Trump to resign now. Joe Rogan was at the White House Saturday morning talking about Ibogate, which has an effective mitigation rate for addiction at the first dose, 80%, allegedly. We should investigate that. It also might be effective in depression, and we know that liberals, strong leftist liberals, have the higher rates of mental illness in our society, so that will be great. Yeah, I think it'd be dumb for him to resign. I'm ready to see what's next in store for us.
So, I mean, like, liberal-minded people have a higher rate of mental illness because they're diagnosed?
No, so my
I don't say crazy anymore.
I don't do unsubstantiated claims, Erskine. Hold on.
Even if you prove it, it's going to move on to something else. People on the left have, she's just going to say that they got more and we ignore ourselves. But my thing is this. It seems, I just rather prefer if people were just against big money. It doesn't seem like people are against big money. They lost $25 billion.
Against big money. That's what
wait.
country is.
Wait, you just said why are you interrupting me? It drives me crazy when you do it. Like it actually drives me crazy when you do it. Because the way you communicate is so schizophrenic. It makes me schizophrenic. You're the person I hate when they interrupt you because you're incoherent. I don't interrupt. Like, can you stop interrupting me, please? Stop it. Bad. So the only thing I'm saying is that you look at $50 billion. $50 billion. It also $25 billion. Imagine if Elon, if we took a clone machine and put 25 Elon Musk, 25 Jeff Bezos, 25 rich billionaire white, 25 Donald Trump. We're not talking about unrealized gains. We're talking about now.
Can you stop?
We're talking about liquid. Every single time she does this, I feel like I have to restart, and it just makes my submission so much longer. I should not be talking this long. It's weird. The only thing I'm saying is that it seems like, given a person's political disposition, they're against corruption in the private market, but they're not against the biggest. If this ever, how do you lose $25 billion in the private market? If you lose $25 billion, that's going to be on the front page of Forbes, and every single NBA is going to learn about. Talking about, you're a billionaire because you have stocks that haven't been sold yet. We're talking about $25 billion listed. Is that billion with a B? And these are the same people who are like, just give them more money. They'll be fine. Just get a person who won't fuck it up. They already fucked over $25 billion on homelessness. They didn't even go to them. So my question to you is like, how, like, do you ever have the critiques of the government when it comes to that? Like, is there a difference between private corruption and public corruption?
How are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I mean, like, as a civic-minded voter, I'm hella critical. They speak to things I want or not. Well, I'm a Democrat, but oh no, man. Yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I mean, like. I've been reading Kafka and Ayn Rand and all of this stuff since I was like 10 years old, bro. I'm not new to the game. I don't trust any of them.
The government can save you. You're for revolutionaries. You don't trust the government a bit.
Because what I've learned in my history of activism is that there are many places for many people to fight, right? There are public places for people to fight, and there are inside places for people to fight, and I prefer to break things from the inside using their own tools. So I will do that, and I do that, and I encourage people to do that, right? So I believe, despite, I don't know who else is like black, but NPC, if you've ever heard like other black people say like, I don't vote because our votes don't matter because the government doesn't like us, blah blah blah, XYZ thing, right? I'm the person that's like, have you heard that before? I don't want to just say
Yeah. So okay. I fuck with your ideology.
I guess on this app. Say that on this app.
Yeah. So I take it further and I do things, I create things so that I can stay safe, because I was like a public activist. I've been shot with rubber bullets, tear gas, all of that stuff. I don't really want to do that anymore. Really dangerous. I love breathing and living. But I still do want to fight. So every election year, whether it's the midterms or federal elections, I will create entire voter guides, and I will call every single person that I know in a state who I think doesn't understand legislative text and explain them and ask them, do you understand? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to engage? And they can take that information to other people, right? Because I care about what things do.
I love that. Oh. I love that you carry the voter. No, but I like your history, but I don't think that it comes to the lack of trust for private actors. We understand that people can be greedy in the private market, but what about...
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, I've spat in the face of governors on the steps of my city hall. Please don't think I'm like playing games with these people. If I see corruption anywhere and I have the ability to speak or do something about it, I do it.
Okay, so the way that California is right now, they don't have to raise a single increased tax dollar. They can solve all their problems right now without raising taxes at all, and that's just the fact of the matter.
How?
So if your mind abundance, there's a book out right now called Abundance by Ezra Klein. Read Abundance by Ezra Klein, and you can figure out how to be a successful integrationist. And the way to be a successful integrationist is by having a government. You cannot be a status quo person.
Having a what government?
If you don't have efficient government...
Gaslighting everyone smarter than you.
What?
Okay, he'll stop now. He promises. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you don't have efficient government, what you're going to have are people who criticize the government justly because they're inefficient. And they're going to have people who defend the inefficient government just because they're status quo. And you're going to have what you have right now. So you got the worst of both worlds when you have efficient chaos people. So this is the issue with Democrats. They don't treat government inefficiency like the crime against humanity that it is. Because government inefficiency is what I'm calling it to be nice. The majority of this shit is not inefficiency, it's just corruption. Government inefficiency should right next to...
Yeah, sorry.
I'm about to land.
complexities of different offices, right? Like, what could I actually do? Even just knowing some people who work in government now, right? Like, one of my friends who I used to dance with was running for office, and I yelled at him. I said, well, like, why would you want to work for these people? What do you mean? Like, are you okay? And, you know, he's liberal, but still, I asked the question, like, like, I don't know, like, is your soul good, bro? And he was like, I just want to expose these motherfuckers. And I was like, oh, you're never going to get anywhere if that's your goal, right? And I'm happy I was wrong. Because he absolutely did get elected, and he has been exposing these motherfuckers left and right for like a few years now, so much so that they want him gone. He's young. He doesn't give a fuck. He uses all of the things that the young people like to see, big old billboards, memes, all of it, to just expose the corruption and to what... in the county on different things and how little of that goes to us and what they can do.
By the way, your friend is amazing.
Well, a lot of people don't know that.
No, but
no, a lot of people
find out. No, Mike, Xerxes, even when they find out, one of the reasons you're different, you actually like you're a good sport to talk to. Most of the times when we tell people who are left leaning about the inefficiencies of California, it's almost like they act like they don't hear it. Like people know it's an open secret that California is probably the worst, the least efficient state government in the country.
Well, I mean, like, I have to be honest, this is like, it could be true for any people who are, I guess, like, nationalistic to their state, right? Like, I could say the same thing about Kentuckians who refuse to believe climate models despite the fact that their shit got rocked 2 years ago, right? Like, you literally are living on stick huts. Breath on people who are willfully ignorant. I'm going to talk to the people who want to move. Again, things I learned from being an activist.
Wow. It's a new brave world, by the way.
She's talking about what's called a persuadable. She works on a political metric known as persuadables. People whose lives she can make a difference in, and with the information and experience she has that she provides.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And I don't really care, like, what like, side you're on either. Like, although I exist, on the left, I don't, unless you're actually just being a fucking, like, bigot, racist, or an asshole, I'm still gonna give you the time of day. I'll still engage with you. Honestly, in good faith, all of those things, we can talk about it. We can walk away, shake hands, be friends, whatever it is you want. We can do all of that. Movement, right? What I can't do is people who are stagnant in their ideas. I don't care if your ideas are like the only people that matter are women, and we should only fight for women's rights is the most important thing. To me, that's stagnant. I'm sorry. Like, there are tons of people suffering. As a woman, I understand the plight of females. I and it's real, right? I'm not dismissing it, but like, also, what else though? You know what I mean? Because the what else is what gets us, to tie our shoes and to start walking. I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in people who are just here for a fucking ride, bro. Like,
you know what? Something that you said kind of, and maybe y'all want to talk more. I haven't seen climate change. I
really hate that about this. Within the black it's a proof of low IQ because it doesn't lead anywhere.
Don't take the bait.
It doesn't take you anywhere. All it does is always just take you back to square one, back to square one, back to square one. because it doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, I don't know if it comes from
Collect 200 and go back to go.
If it comes, but even if it's proud, if you're proud of something, it's like but then you're like, oh, okay, something is being done wrong in the wrong way, but because I'm proud, I want it to be done in the right way. But so what is it?
That's subjective. Right is subjective.
What is it? No, what is it? You? It's like even your women, like your women can figure it out. Like, no, but you keep trying and you keep trying, and if it doesn't work for you, you just gaslight. And then you're like, oh, it's the Jews' fault, or it's the whites' fault, or it's Trump's fault, or it's like whatever. But on an American side, you get overrun by the fucking.
How about we stop fighting for those fucking faggots
who have no even merit there, who used to be like lawn mowers. They even have more credibility than you fucking people who have credibility by birth.
Just so you know, we've not had Mexican immigration into the United States since 2005. The people we catch are Guatemalan, Honduran, Ecuadorian.
Why people like put you up? Like on a...
Nobody put me up. I live on the border, lady. You're talking about this Marshall music.
Hey, Marshall, if I'm talking with lady, can you either put her in the audience or just ignore her? Because I don't want to waste your audience.
Xerxes put her in the audience.
I
got it.
That's what happens.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to do any moderation.
It's coming. Conversation. And so, BB, man, you have this agenda to attack black people, and it's like we're not even there.
I love black people.
He loves black people.
She's never racist to black people. I mean, this is silly.
I love black people.
Put her down.
Let her talk.
Put her down.
I'm not fucking cursing. I know when my
BB, go down. BB, go down.
Bro, Jason, shut the fuck up. Yeah, we're talking about American issues. Stay on topic, girl. Go start a room if you want to like hyper focus on. That's fine.
Look, if we just don't need to.
Okay, I'll just finish what I'm saying.
Sick, awesome. Put a button in there.
Yeah, I just have to nip it in the bud. Stay on topic, man.
Like, okay, so some of y'all have amazing listening skills, but when a person's being completely incoherent, they might as well be drunk. Just I was gonna pivot over to climate change because I haven't seen a climate change room. And Xerxes, you were talking about climate change, and I haven't seen a climate change room in a minute.
I thought it was global warming.
Yeah, I just don't talk
it
about it.
was global warming, and then they had to update the lie.
Well, I don't talk about it anymore because for people who don't either understand or have a firm belief in climate change, it's just there's nothing
changing. Yes or no?
Well, the climate is always changing every day.
No, is the climate changing? Yes or no? It's a reason.
Yes.
Okay, correct answer. Can spending more tax dollars solve it?
Well, money can't solve climate change, and we are far beyond. The conversation, at least for the people in the North, needs to be about mitigating harm and potential fatalities.
But why is most of the agenda, at least from the governmental part, about increasing taxes if money can't solve the problem, if it's already too late? Whatever reason, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, the same scientists that you believe in have said that you can't reverse it. So what's the point of increasing taxes because climate is changing?
So when you, I'm assuming that the tax dollars or whatever fund is accrued would go to like research in mitigation for harm.
You said
and research for why am I forgetting what it's called? But like just like disaster prevention
or something.
No, but we can't.
You know, like why not?
Not climate prevention, disaster prevention.
But money won't solve it.
That's not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of
That is not true.
At a certain point, it's still going to be what it's going to be in 100 years. It doesn't matter how much money you give the state of Louisiana.
That is not true.
Maybe, but then you said something that's even better.
Yeah.
You said assuming. But your parents are like Black Panthers. Like, so you're assuming. Well, you're assuming that the government. You're assuming the reason why the American government wants to tax more people is because it proactively. 100 years before, 200 years. All this is the government. Our government's known to be proactive. Like, do you believe that the American government is proactively trying to help its citizens to it?
I think that some governments maybe not.
The prescriptions that it gives doesn't match the illness nor the medicine. Like none of it.
Well, I mean, the climate lobby and climate scientists would be speaking to people who, largely for 40 years at least, maybe even more, who like initially don't really understand the concept that they're trying to describe, right? It does just kind of set in as panic or fear mongering, and then you go into like a 30-year lifespan of greenwashing and making people believe that they're doing something when really these things, they help, your immediate surroundings, but what's actually happening, what's been done, it doesn't help that much.
Even Bill Gates has pulled away from the climate situation. Like it's on, and nobody cares at this point. So
but this is what I said about having debates surrounding climate change. I don't do it personally because what am I to say to people? It is just kind of like, we'll wait and see.
Causes more harm to the world than a million cars. I mean,
that has nothing to do with climate change. But bringing up,
what goes in the atmosphere has to do with climate change.
When erupted the last time,
we're talking.
World temperature by a degree.
Yes, I understand. I know all of that stuff. When people are talking about climate change and climate science, they're talking about human impacts on the climate, not geological disasters.
When one volcano can cause more disruption than all humans on Earth, then it's not an issue.
That's an insane thing to say, but you go ahead and have that statement to yourself.
I think it's like, how's that insane?
I think there's a fair take that, like, if we're going to put, hundreds of billions of dollars into mitigating a risk, that, to keep the temperature 1 degree lower, but there are these other risks that we just can do nothing that can.
So this is why I said, Jason, it's about mitigating risk and harm to like fatalities, right? So this isn't like risk and harm to like take down the percentage of the earth cooling. This is like, how do we create or focus on infrastructure models that help people survive things like Hurricane Katrina, the floods in Appalachia, like, if we're going to take it out of America, the numerous floods last summer and the summer before in the Mediterranean and the global south, like there are people who live at the most exposed points of these things and these kinds of disasters, which would be at the equatorial countries and at either side of the tropics, and these are some of the poorest countries. They are leading research on this because they know that they are the most at risk. Right. So when I listen to believe it in order to know that something can take you out, that is because of this thing. You can choose to ignore it and then you'll be the person that's on. Like, I don't mean you guys in the room. You can choose to ignore it, and then you'll be the person on the news saying, "I didn't know that this could happen. This hasn't happened in X amount of years. I heard this from my grandma. We're just gonna rebuild." You can be that person till the end of time, till it gets you or it doesn't, whatever.
Until it gets you, or do you even understand the models that you believe in? Because none of them,
I do.
Like none of the models say that anything. Well, like you guys remember the movie 2012? Like you guys remember 2012? But like none of the things in 2012, the things in 2012 happened within our lifetime, and even if they did happen, it wouldn't happen like that. Like what do you? This is what I mean. What are you talking about?
Correct.
Like none of
So I'm talking about an increase in intensity. You're asking a question, I'm going to answer. You're asking.
The sea levels. Listen, we're talking about Louisiana. We're talking about certain parts of Florida. We're talking about the type of climate change
and the Dust Belt.
We're talking about the type of climate change that has been sold to us. That certain American cities won't. About a really, really harsh storm. We're talking about the sea levels rising to where some cities aren't
it's all a
cities
part of that.
anymore. That's not true. That's not going to happen.
You can say that now because it's not true right now.
No, of course you can say that. Projections don't show that. The science doesn't even show that.
If you rewatch, who's the vice president? What's his name? Al Gore. You watch his Inconvenient Truth. What he proposes in that movie, based on studies that he was referencing, we should all be underwater by now. But it's
no, we should not be underwater.
So tell me your they had the dramatic animation showing. That's what he put in his movie.
Tell us the year. David's wrong. He doesn't know anything. But tell us the year tell us the year where it's going to be estimated that certain American cities are going to be underwater. Tell us the year.
I don't know if I am clairvoyant enough to say that.
No, but the science. We're not talking about these. What's the science?
Yeah. He's not asking you what you
science.
He's asking what are some common predictions about that?
Oh, I don't know.
There were some studies where it already should have been underwater.
Oh, okay. Did you want to answer, David? Go ahead.
He's not gonna answer with anything, but I think the broader point, the point I appreciate MPC raising, okay, is he's ultimately saying, well, look at the tax policies in developed countries, in California, in America, Canada, and Western countries. What are all these northern countries? What do they think they are accomplishing? These low. Okay, this will accomplish nothing for the climate. Zero. It will haul a bunch of money into the government.
They want people to
that amount of government, that amount of money coming into the government, it's not earmarked for anything. Okay, to do with the climate. They're just spending the money. Okay, not that carbon taxes. No, they are not, David.
There are gas tax.
No, there are specific gas taxes in some of these countries for the environment.
Oh, well, that's stupid.
Okay, yeah, you just don't know what you're talking about, so shut up. So these kind of taxes, they cannot accomplish anything. Okay, they are theatrical. All right, and they are a way, for the government to get big, which it loves to do. Okay, the government just loves to take money and get big. That's just a natural thing for it to do, based on this climate story. And many other stories of like it tells me a nice story about something that's a problem, and they say, okay, there's a tax about it, And it's like, okay, what is this? But then the part about like, well, what does the tax have to do with doing anything about it? That part of the story is left out. And are we asking this question? Are we insisting on any kind of relationship there? No, we're not.
Okay.
So why don't you become a Republican and support Donald Trump? Okay?
I would never do that. I prefer my presidents having the ability to read. Yeah.
Yo, that was a perfect way to end that line of questioning, dog.
I'm just goofing around, okay? I'm just goofing around.
No, that was so funny. So I got some ideas for this. As a landowner, I've noticed differences in the climate, increased droughts, sometimes heavier rains. Which is really important. And then plant seagrass. Like we have a place called Laguna Madre. And Laguna Madre is basically all seagrass that promotes oxygen in the ocean, which helps the atmosphere. Apparently, we get 2 out of every 3 breaths from the ocean. So those are 2 things we can invest in that are natural and would be a really good thing, and help produce more oxygen. But this says if the carbon tax went immediately to funding an institution that made pollution less, because plastic, in my opinion, plastic pollution is the single worst thing that we're doing to the planet. The microplastics, if you catch salmon in the middle of the Atlantic, it's still going to have fabric softener in it because of what we do to the planet. So, in my opinion, I feel like climate change is dangerous. And why it's dangerous is because it flattens what it means to care about the earth. Miami is absorbed by the climate monster.
I mean, it's possible. There's also, which were a myriad of things that can happen in between then and now.
Yeah, there are. But government policy can't be based on well, we don't know if it's going to happen. We don't know if it's not going to happen. So let's take everybody's money for the tidal wave that may happen or may not. You don't have a good reason to take people's money.
Yeah, so...
And we got to push back on the government when they don't have a good reason.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you in the sense of it should be direct and clear about what funds are going to be used for what, and those plans immediately go into action. They absolutely incentivize those communities, maybe even by way of making jobs for those communities, because somebody has to put this shit together. All good things. I just don't know. I don't know. Often when people say things like this, they say this in effort, and I'm not accusing you of this, Jason, but they say this in effort to cripple the argument that things should be done at all. I don't.
That's true, but I'm not saying that.
I didn't say that you. I don't want you to believe that I believe that you're doing that. I do not. But I have seen the ways that different communities in different countries have for this whole 30 years, because they've been enduring things that are not inside of the normal things they understand climatically, done things to change, even poor countries. There's a reason why I talked about houses on sticks, stick huts. It's because in places where people can't build strong foundations, because build their houses on sticks so that the floodwaters can pass and they're less likely to endure, hardship or death, right? It looks like this, right? So, when people are talking post-Katrina about levees and stuff like this, it looks like that, right? It's not like this grandiose, nebulous, imaginary thing where the money just goes up into the sky and maybe comes down as less rain.
You're saying it's coming in, okay, so if it's coming in 2050, You just made an assumption. You're giving the government not an assumption. No, you said you don't know what they're doing with money. You said that, and you gave them the benefit of the doubt. And you gave them the benefit of the doubt that, hey, maybe they're using this money for preventative measures. But you're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Why would you give a government the benefit of the doubt that just wasted 25 million? Which is an actual crisis that's hitting now. Or the real crisis that's hitting now.
Okay, NBC, relax, bro. You don't have to yell at me. I'm listening.
I'm saying, but the reason why I'm elevated is because the real crisis. It's not frustrating yet. I'm having fun. The real crisis that's happening now, $25 billion gone. Yeah, it is. Yeah, $25 billion gone. And you're saying that I'm going to give the government the benefit of the doubt that they're taking up this money 30 years in advance, but they're doing the right thing. They have our best interest in mind. They just keep more money.
It's a little bit different here where I live. So like climate scientists and climatology and earth science studies and all those things are like as native to California as we. You know, there's a reason other than just, elitism, tech bros, fintech home. People hate California for, like, it's also because we instituted EPA laws, right? Things that go to save the planet, right? And you guys, the rest of the country decide now in this time whether or not they want to follow those things. I'm sure everybody can find their way. That's cool. But
the rest of the country wants to drive an F-150.
Bro, like the Tourette's from you is getting annoying. It really is. Did you want to just have the floor to speak, David? I can yield for you.
No, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Where we focus on things, or at least the government does, right? So, cliff faces falling off, mitigating harm. There are regulations that say you can't build on those places, regardless of the view and how beautiful it is. We know those homes, super important to the landscape, super important to the safety of the people buying those homes, instituting laws like these, right?
They already have those laws in places in multiple parts of the country.
Yeah, how do you mitigate an earthquake?
Oh my God!
But they already have those laws in place for most of the country, right?
Okay. How do you mitigate an earthquake? How do you mitigate harm from an earthquake? Disaster preparedness. It's something that we just learned.
An earthquake is going to happen if it wants to happen.
Yes, and there are ways that you can save yourself, and there are things that you should not do, right?
Like what?
Somebody...
Stand next to a window, I guess.
There are building codes, David, that help mitigate actually quite a bit.
But a lot of the mitigation she's talking about has already been implemented in society already. Yes. It's not like we're zero mitigation, and then she's like,
that's not what I'm saying, though.
So we have to go hard.
It's not going to have as big of an impact.
Yeah, so we have money for these illusory, non-definite gains, because NPC is right. NPC is right. You have there's this law of diminishing returns. I mean, you can't make building codes that much. Okay, we have basically identified the places that easily collapse and that you can't live on, and we're pretty much done with that process. I mean, honestly, the only thing we can do after this is say, look, New York is a low-lying island. Get off of it. Nobody can live on the coast of Florida anymore. That's basically all that's left. Like, we picked all the low-hanging fruit in terms of places you can't.
Yeah, but everyone likes
building standards that are safe and things like that.
And this is assuming that the tidal wave is going to come in 2050. This is all assuming that the tidal wave is going to come.
Or anything.
Or what if an asteroid hits the water, then?
Oh my God.
David, stop resisting. Stop resisting, David. Hey, use force. I'll distract him, and then he'll move up the stage.
Oh, is that why they say that? That's crazy. I'm actually new here as of today, so I won't be removing anyone. I'm so sorry. I don't think that's really my place. I don't really know how I got this name.
The reason why I find this fun, someone was like, "Oh, you fun." Yeah. I find it really, really fun. The arguments that people make, even though they know the truth. Because Xerxes, we started this conversation by both of us agreeing. 2 questions. You got both of those questions correct. We both admitted that whatever momentum the climate has, there's nothing that we can do to stop it.
Yeah, the climate's going to do what it's
the climate change that we're witnessing, and then you're going to these like really, really
the thing that we care about is important, right? It's why is it important? It's because people want to live, right? So now we move past the point.
But we just came to the conclusion that we're not stopping the catastrophe. The catastrophe is so catastrophic that the damage control that you're suggesting is going to happen won't even fucking matter because you won't be able to.
That's not true. I'm so sorry. You're not qualified to make that judgment. I just have to put that out there.
You just remembered Xerxes.
I hate to break it to you, but
sure,
NPC is a citizen.
Sure,
that's the qualification you need to make decisions in this country. Okay.
Yes,
the citizens who are sovereign in this country. No one has a qualification to make a decision other than us and the people we elect. We are sovereign.
Not about decisions. I didn't say he wasn't qualified to make a decision.
My vote
I said he wasn't qualified to make that
assumption. What is your vote?
I think, well, to be fair to you, Xerxes, there's a lot of assumptions that you've made that you verbatim in this conversation say, I'm about to make it. You literally said you made several assumptions, and I never said this. You made an assumption that the state would you gave the state a benefit of the doubt, which is something you called an assumption verbatim, and you said they're probably using the money. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're probably using the money for preventative measures. That's what you said. You made an assumption of how the state was allocating money.
But my assumption is based on the things that I've seen, right? Is yours?
My assumptions are based on the things that I've seen.
Really? How?
Yes, I've seen states use benevolent causes to absorb money to not use a single cent.
No, but what was the statement?
Which one?
The one that we are arguing about currently. What was the statement that you made?
The first thing I started off with was the 2 questions that we agreed on. And then I started to pick your brain about, and then when I started to pick your brain, you said, I'm going to go out on a limb and kind of assume that, hey, they're doing this, they're going to take this.
Now fast forward to 5 minutes ago.
Okay. My only point is that, are you asking me my point?
Yes.
Hopefully. No, you gotta tell her my point.
Oh my god.
My only question is like genuinely speaking, you're not a stupid person. We both know that this problem, we can't stop it anymore, no matter what we do. Knowing how inefficient the government is with money, seeing manufacturing crisis, absorb the money, absorb the crisis. Yeah, they do that. Black Panther, they do that. Like your parents know about that. So
I don't know what you mean by that. My parents.
You've never heard about manufactured crises from the government?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You never heard the term manufactured crisis?
I've heard that, but I don't know what you're referring to.
So, like, if you look at the word manufacture...
No, I mean, like, in a specific instance. I know what it means.
A specific instance?
The whole climate change thing is a manufactured crisis.
So
climate change. Use something that isn't climate change.
No, but climate change actually...
Okay, use something that isn't climate change.
All right, I can use 9/11.
Oh, okay.
I can use Pearl Harbor. I can use manufactured crisis. Oh, I can use. Oh yeah, the easiest one, fucking COVID-19. The pay gap is another manufactured crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
Because when you
Police
when you look at men and women's wages, when you control hours worked, so she's very NPC, but it's very, very.
No, I'm really not.
But Jason is also.
Like, I'm clearly not, so relax.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. Let's not all fight here. Let's just everybody relax. You know,
like, you literally just got here. We're fighting for fun. If you don't like it, honestly.
Wait. Chill out. What's the attitude for? I don't.
No, I like the fight. Don't.
Oh, well,
Don't tell them Don't tell them they're sure, Night King. Would you like me to play the recording of you singing?
Sure.
We can fight over that.
We can play that. I love my singing.
The pay gap is a great example of a manufactured crisis.
That's my favorite.
I just want to know.
Epidemic turns out not to be real.
No, it's a real epidemic. It's one leading cause of death for young black men.
It doesn't happen.
Yes, it does.
No, it's not. Police do not shoot hardly anybody. They're not a leading cause of death for anyone.
I feel like I want to come to this phone and just.
He's a
pseudo.
Just wants to see more dead black people.
It's true. This is true.
That wasn't you, Necro. That was
it's manufactured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so
just for the record, about
go ahead.
about 1 in 1,000 black men and boys can expect to die at the hand.
hook, baby. No, reel it in.
She said that she's a ballaholic. You better be careful. Yo. Alright, guys. Let's get it. I got like 5 minutes before I turn it
got all 5 families and everything.
Let's
Call me a
get it.
freaky, boy.
Yeah, you got everybody on the roster.
Have y'all been to Vegas?
I'm a vegetarian. I like chicken.
Like, St. Peter's Basilica School.
Hey, Sean B, it's a funny song, man, by the way.
It's la 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 la.
Oh, you coming out there first? That nigga got quiet. That motherfucker got quiet.
Alistair.
How can you think love will end? Diego, I will haunt you to your grave. My name is Scarface, and I tried to bomb an elevator shaft with Hamas and Hezbollah. Jihad, Princess Cena, long live Palestine! Diego! Diego, my heart aches for you and your Nazi racist ideology, your extremist bigotry and low IQ Jew hate. I miss you, Diego, and I love you.
How's the House, whatever you're running for race going?
Well, I was kicked off the ballot for Congress, but I'm running for mayor now in Chicago.
You're running for mayor now? Do you remember that I got an audio recording interview of you, what you wanted to say to your constituents?
I already interviewed him. It was a few days. It's on my, I interviewed him a few days before.
One sec.
It's not on here. Before my accident happened. Kitover, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, what is it? You want to call Diego or something?
No. Can you do me a favor?
You want me to text Diego?
No.
Okay, what's your favor? Hello?
I'd like for you to delete.
Someone who personally reached out to me saying how
I was just in the middle of talking.
Wait.
What do you mean, wait? I was in the middle of talking.
I know, 1 second.
It's Princess's World.
It's quick. No comment. It's actually one. There he is.
So, I think commits the unfortunate signatories.
Rick.
There's a question about churches and lawyers, and they said that my signatures on a district were even fraudulent. So,
Alright, sorry about that. Just had to remind Alistair that, he was interviewed and he is on record talking to his constituents saying that he will be back. So, continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Princess.
So, the day that I was rage baited by you.
Rage baited by me? You think I rage baited you?
That's how I feel.
Okay.
But anyways, that day, that recording is on Clubhouse. I'm sure it's on YouTube. Can you delete it from Clubhouse?
I'm sorry, but I don't delete content. I'm a historian, and I create content for a living, and part of my rules is I never go back. I only go forward.
So my condition for you to be in rooms.
Oh, that's fine. Just kick me. I'll come back in anonymous. Technology has beaten you. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Anyways.
And he's gone? Oh, there he is. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta quickly kick him out.
Wait, what was the audio or video that you were
What's Liberty? Yeah.
No,
27th, 26th.
No.
But yeah, I just want him to delete that. I think if he does that, then I think that's a good gesture of goodwill, and we can let bygones be bygones and be cool on this app. But for the time being, I guess you can stream us on YouTube if you'd like. I want to start running, but I'm just gonna walk. I don't know if you can hear the background noise from the cars. It's very loud. Huh?
Are you working out?
Yeah. I'm walking to the gym.
Nice.
I was gonna run, but I didn't really feel like, I don't know, putting. Yeah. But yeah, so I worked when I wasn't supposed to work. I took the bus home. I chilled for a little bit, talked to Mr. Johnny the bus, and then now I'm talking to you all on top, walking to the gym, and then I'm gonna get some groceries and walk with the groceries back.
Damn, Nora, that's a productive day.
I know, she's doing really well.
Let the shoulders fall. Nothing to impress. Eyes on point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath in, feel loosen, slide. Neck like a river, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
Where is your cattle? Where's your hat? Where is your cattle? Where's your hat? She's in the car. Where's your cattle? Where's your hat? Aren't you Pritzker's Democrat-controlled opposition?
Soft in hand, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall.
Who is she? What does she do?
Steady as a stone, thoughts drift past. You let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sun. Feel like water, you will not break now. Notice every
It's a job.
where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen, slide.
Just fraud, scams, lies, ignorance. Fraud, scams, lies, and ignorance.
Quiet from within, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus still in all this sun. When I call, you will break now. One thought out, nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this round of easy breathing, easy now.
Would you Democrat control opposition?
ask you.
Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy, mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend like water, flow around, you can't hold, follow your breath. They gather. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be.
She's about to be arrested.
Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move.
She's about to be arrested for weekend.
Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Bend. Every small distraction, just a way that rolls on through. Bend like water.
Another loss for a RICO criminal org like CTU.
Quiet, heartbeat drum in my chest. All this noise fading down to breath. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. this noise fading down. I feel the floor holding every step I've taken. I close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe inside. I breathe in the sky. Every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy. Let it rise above. I breathe in light. Soft blue sky. Even with my eyes closed, every scar like a map of gold. I breathe in peace. I breathe out war inside. I breathe in strength. Every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy. Every hurt I had to tie, every name I called myself, every tear that my skin, I am open, I am open. Let the healing. I breathe in peace. I breathe out war inside. I breathe in strength. all the scattered pieces. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces I once called home. Love in the center. Breathe out every borrowed fear. Hands open to the quiet in your chest. Let the shaken part settle here. Peace in my body, strength in my bones, joy in the spaces
Google that. I didn't tell the patient I didn't know. I just went over there and Googled it, and then I knew exactly what it was. So don't fear, people. Do not fear. If your doctor's sitting there with a blank look on his face, and you come in there with a whole bunch of stuff, he's probably thinking you like, what you talking about? And they spent one day in science. So don't be afraid of it. Amen. Thank you for the time.
I want to say that people are fearful to go to their positions because I told somebody if you incentivize, like a friend of mine, they will pay her so much money. I don't know what it is, but she gets so much money to go, to have this checkup, or if you have a colonoscopy, they'll pay you this or whatever. And I told her, I said, okay, but not everyone has this so-called incentivized plan. But it did make me think it would certainly benefit, a lot of Americans if there was ways to help, especially those who are low income. They have these programs, but a lot of them are either being obviously cut or what have you. But yeah, a lot of doctors and things like like this, Lisa, you're on point. Don't be fearful either, and all of these other things. I think things will be all right. I don't think either with this, I don't think that AI will necessarily take the place of our doctor. And yes, people.
Is a reassurance for you all, because we know how rapidly advancing these things are being advanced. How and even if it messes up tomorrow, they're gonna fix it the next day. This shit is astronomical. So I do agree with Lisa, but I do want to push back and let y'all know these robots I told y'all that's running faster than everybody, they were literally slow as fuck 3 months ago. So the one thing is, it's going to keep happening, and we need to be figuring out ways to do, because that doctor said he was scared, not me. The patients weren't. He's scared.
I don't know why doctor is scared.
And I posted the video in the chat.
Because we already have robots already. We've had robots for 20 years in the operating room. I can't speak for a doctor. That's one thing I cannot speak for. But I can speak for people who work in the operating room and for myself that puts patients to sleep. They're not going to be able to make one. And if you are looking forward to that happening, I suggest you guys just all go out and get educated.
I'm fear-mongering. I'm not looking forward to none of this shit. I'm telling y'all to wake fuck up and get ready.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's here. It's actually here.
This shit is here. And them 20 years ago robots you talking about in that medical room is not what we seeing today.
No, listen, that's not what I'm saying. You're so busy trying to prove me wrong. Somebody please put your mic. I'm saying that they had.
People, and y'all need to be scared. I'm not trying to prove you wrong.
I'm just saying that the robot that we started out with in the operating room, the Da Vinci, it was there 20 years ago, and every 3 years, I think, it's been upgraded and advanced. So we have the latest technology one right now in there, and it doesn't look like the one I first saw.
Okay.
Well, Lisa, can Cyrus go real quick? So you can come to Cyrus. Go ahead.
I wasn't done.
Pass it to Cyrus.
I don't see a Cyrus. I see a Sirius.
Oh, yeah, the Iron Fighter. Go look out.
But, I mean, just let me finish here, please, sir. Have fun. Please take notes, guys, because Lisa asked me to do this. I'm doing it. But I am finna go in the gym, and I'll still be here, but I won't be able to do this. So just let me land, please. So Disney is reportedly laying off 1,000 employees due to AI. And the CEO of Disney says that the most of the visual effects in the new Avengers movie, Doomsday, will be AI powered, and that audiences need to accept it. So of course the nerd world is up in arms, because they're like, you're just gonna tell us we just have to accept this, we don't want this, it's too fake, all this. Disney they're doubling down, and they say they don't care. I found that interesting because I'm not with that. I like real movies. I don't even like the green screen, how they don't go on site and fly locations and do movies no more. That's one thing. This one's really good, y'all, but it's scary. So a family in Shandong province, which is in China, used artificial intelligence to protect their elderly mother from the shock of losing her only son in a car accident. Instead of telling her the truth, they created a digital version of him using old photos, videos, and voice recordings. The AI was built by developer Zhang Zhiwei and is able to speak and interact like a real person. Now the mother regularly talks to this AI version of her son through video calls like Zoom, FaceTime, and etc., believing her son is still alive. Now that is cool, but it's scary as hell. And you tell that woman her son is dead. Let him land. Go ahead. Now that is bad. But take your notes, guys, because I'm not done. And these are good, but I don't want y'all to talk about each one. I just want to get about the way because I got to go in the gym. Even as tantalizing Chicago this year, where students will learn core subjects like science, math, and reading from AI-powered robots. We all know how bad this can get, but anyway, I'll read the last one, which is pretty good as well. And if you're ready for it, well, there's two more, I'm sorry, because I gotta read this. An AI-generated song, which I don't know if y'all know, there's a lot of people who are making AI songs on this app now in real time, and they were trying to do laws against this, but they generated song called Celebrate Me reached the #1 spot on the US and global iTunes charts last week, marking the first time this has ever happened, that a virtual artist has topped the rankings. Now, any of us can download the app Suno and create a virtual song, an AI song. Hint, hint. So, if y'all niggas want to make some money, I'm just telling y'all, the AI might be, spooky before they get a law to make this shit illegal. Now, that being said, the last one, this is scary as well. Someone actually connected living human brain cells to an LLM, that's a computer chip. Cortical Labs grew 200,000 neurons on a computer chip, taught them to play the video game Doom, and now they are wiring them into the token selection process of an AI. These are actual brain cells on a computer chip, learning in real time with the computer chip. I don't even know how to fathom and explain it. I read it an hour ago. I'm still trying to figure this shit out. But this shit is crazy. And for the last one, a former OpenAI executive has said that they are building portals to contact aliens by using AI. And he claims these systems are already in existence in the US and China. And I don't know if y'all know about all them murderings that have been happening with the people who were trying to do whistleblowing on aliens. But it's a lot of them. It's like 11 that have died, and they're all qualified people, for if that helps y'all. And I will land there.
Thank you. That was great news. Give this man a clap and a serious go ahead, brother, man. That was great.
Thank you, PT. Appreciate it. I'm in the gym here, so I'll keep it quick and sweet. First of all, how you doing, Lisa, Michael, TT, and everybody in the world? Yeah, I can. So, the labor secretary got fired. That's a third woman in the role, and Trump administration got fired. There's huge scandals behind her, I guess. I did not know about any. I don't know if you guys talked about it in the past or not, but this has just happened today, I believe. The second part is what BT was talking about earlier, and Lisa basically. This is, with the AI thing, this is related to all knowledge workers, whether doctors, engineers, finance, lawyers, or even musicians. This is all related to a knowledge worker. And what happened right now is the public having access to this knowledge, and there's a curve, basically. So you can get access to this knowledge fairly quick, but you probably will not be able to get the diagnosis or the analysis or the experience that you have to gain the system, right? Like you still have to go to school, you still have to practice, you still have to. So rather than be afraid of this knowledge is now spread out to the population, I'm more a freedom type of person where it's like, oh, let knowledge be accessible to everybody. Let everybody be able to make their decisions. I'm a heavy cloud user. I use it to work every day. And you know what? Make my life a little bit easier. I don't have to remember formulas or I don't have to remember anything else. But then this is the analysis where it comes in, the details and the experience. This is where you make a mark, and this is how. So when I hear people say, "Oh, they're laying off, software developers," yeah, you can write the code, total code right away, but you need people to do the debugging, the testing, right? Because the code is not going to come perfect. So you still need these people, and this is what the software companies are doing. So these are the two things I just wanted to chime on earlier in this moment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Welcome to the 420. Today is the 420, so it's kind of like ironic that you find yourself in 420 on the date on April 20th, our year Lord 2026. So shout out to Misa, aka Lisa, aka Pizza, for having this room. Lisa, Misa, Pizza. I have the clip of homeboy named Captain, the FBI director, explaining himself. That was kind of top news.
Can we finish with our breaking news before we go into clips? Somebody said something about the lady being fired. That is one of the breaking news. And then the other breaking news is that, I'm driving, but I need to go to my phone real quick. Because during the day I try to...
Unless AI is up in that car, you need to stop.
It's a Tesla. It drives itself.
I'm actually about to buy one because my IB is high, like Helen Clinton. Well, no one says the road was long, but
they're going to start, a lot of people go to sleep and they're driving a Tesla. But anyway, Trump's family, I don't know, I heard this over in Gary Bumgarden's room, but I didn't know. I knew that they were profiting off the war, and a lot of Trump's friends are profiting off of this war. And I asked a question on, I believe it was Saturday in PC, yeah, it had to be Saturday, about Trump playing with the stock market. So, you feel like I'm like,
that's Jay, you off like
Give it up.
All right, I got you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, so you notice how it's Friday. The gas prices are going sky high. There is a gas station, and somebody verified it wasn't you, Amari, that by LAX in Southern California, that gas is selling for $10 and change a gallon, which is unimaginable. But anywho, Friday, he announced that the Strait of Hormuz was open and it was flowing freely, and everybody was, everything was good. Cruise ships, we listened to your buddy over there, Tucker Carlson, talk about how cruise ships had gone through that had been anchored off for a month, and everything was just wonderful, that Iran surrendered. So of course, what happened? The stock market started rallying, gas prices went. It wasn't me. It wasn't even our crypto heirs in here, all our billionaires and billionaires on Clubhouse. So Sunday, what happened?
2 miles.
And hold on a second.
He's on the right.
I don't want you guys to know my whereabouts. So anywho, what happened? It closed up again. Come to find out I was in Gary Bumgarden's room, I'm repeating. Trump, the sons, Eric and Bo and Harry, made a lot of money because they invested in what? Drones. Drones, and more drones, okay? This is a joke here. I think we're being played in so many ways with this war with the Trump family, and I thought Trump was an idiot. He's proven me wrong on a couple of situations. So that's one. Anybody want to add to that conversation?
Always has better things to say than I do.
No, that's not true with this opposing views. I was just going to say what their report, there was $760 million. I'm not an economist, but they said they shorted oil by $760 million 20 minutes before he made an announcement. They talked about that. The 10 of the best market days, right now 11 after this, have been under this presidency of Donald Trump. And they're saying that 30 minutes, 20 minutes before he makes an announcement, people are putting a lot of money in or taking money out of the market. So essentially, it is what it is. And like to the point that you're saying about his sons. So the good thing about this, if we get a majority again, then all this stuff is documented. Literally everybody in the world sees this. Everybody
investing in the drones in 2024, from my understanding, because I started hearing these stories, and so my curious self went and just took a look, and I was like, okay, when did they really start and investing in this company? I think the company starts with a P or something like that. I'm trying to find the name of it because
I had it. I have to look at when I stopped because I got it from, like I said, I'm giving them credit for finding out in Gary Baumgartner's room, critical thinking. But I got the name. I actually typed it into my phone. I'm not trying to say that they went and that's because of the war. I'm just saying they're making a lot.
Okay, let me, if I can get on this. I mean, I don't see anything surprising about all this. I mean, drones have been out since. Drones are really 1980s technology. Okay, they've been out since the 1980s. They use them in they used drone swarms in the first Gulf War. Okay, in 1991. So they're nothing new. Okay, this is nothing. There's nothing new about drones. People have been investing in drones for decades since I've been alive.
Nothing new, sir. We just made a point of a fact that even if I had money in drones, I would say, hey, y'all, I'm making a shitload of money off of this war. That's all I would say. We're just letting everybody know that the poor busted Trumps that went into office broke as fuck are now up in the 1% echelon as billionaires. Let him land. I'm sorry, I interrupted someone. Let him land. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, you gotta let me land though. I mean, I think it was my understanding that I don't think Trump ever was a billionaire. I think he was definitely a real estate mogul, but he was definitely a millionaire. I don't think he was ever a billionaire in the first place. That being said, it's not, I mean, anyone could invest. I mean, I'm invested in I'm in the stock market. There's millions of Americans that got money in the stock market. Okay, I'm potentially making money off of this. So it's not like Trump is the only one. It's not like you have to be rich to be in the stock market. You can open up a public account or what's that other company? Robinhood account with of a stock. You buy a little small fraction of a stock.
Let me say something about this.
And you can make money off of this shit.
Let me say something about this, please. Yo, just to get it real quick. So, everybody in here understands that. So, the problem is that when you're the president, if you were the president of the United States and you got your money in the stock, and you know that, like, your words, by you saying that you're going to close a strait, or that you're going to blockade a strait, or that you're going to take tariffs off, you're going to put tariffs on, if you know that would make the market, like, drop or do different things or manipulate the market, that shit is illegal. So I'm saying, yeah, everybody is like, but it's like this motherfucker's manipulating the market with his words. Because people, the reason why it looks like that, is because people are making moves before his announcement. 20-30 minutes before he makes the announcement, people have a crystal ball.
They've already passed laws about can I land? Why are you talking over me? I wasn't talking over you. I was quiet when you was interrupting me. All right. So my thing is this: is that they okay, look, Nancy Pelosi has made a whole bunch of money off the stock market. People saying that Trump is doing it now. Okay, whatever. But it's not just him. This is a global thing. People all over the world and what it is is especially the announcement about the strait kept on changing. First they said it was open, then they said it was closed. And Trump said it was open, and Iran said it was closed. And really what's really going on is it's open, and there are some ships there are ships that are going to attack other ships, such as that Indian ship that they attacked because they picked up oil in Iraq before they went into the strait. So the Iranians got mad and they attacked it because of that. It's just a back and forth thing. Is really what this is. It's not manipulation. It's a volatile part of the world right now. Okay, and that's what's going on. And you just acting like Trump is the one. He just waking up and he's the one controlling all this. It's not. There's multiple factors at play, including the Iranians. And I land right there.
Okay, Michael, you're up. You're next, Michael. Please finish your statement. Jokes on.
People start talking about this bullshit, and I'm not saying, Mr. You good. It's ignorant to say that Donald Trump, what he's doing is not affecting the president of the United States as well. So I'm saying we can't even, if we can't see out on that, I'm just saying you got it. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. You're going to man so long, so we're good.
Well, no, I'm going to push back. He don't got it with me.
Wait, hold up, sir. Hold up, sir. We're going to let we have a lot of people on the stage.
I need to respond to what he said.
I will let you. Okay. What the heck is going on right now? So a lot of us would like to respond to what both of you guys just said. First of all, let's backtrack. Welcome to the 420. This is not the Romper Room. It's not Reading Rainbow, and it's not Jeffrey the Giraffe. All of us in here know what's going on. We talk about the war. We talk about politics. We talk about science. We talk about math every day and English every freaking day. So you can talk to us like we know what's going on. As far as Nancy Pelosi playing the stock market, on her, and that's the only one name that you know to use as an example. But everybody, so you say, play the stock market. That's not the problem. The problem is when you have president in front of your name and you start manipulating the stock market by putting information out Friday at 4:55. So the stock market can just go crazy. Nancy Pelosi has never put anything out as Speaker of the House that would affect the stock market. Thank you, and I land. Who's the next speaker?
It can't be at 4:55, but the stock market closes at 1. So it had to be earlier than that, just for the record. Who's next?
The stock market closes actually at 4. The stock market doesn't close at 1. What the fuck are you talking about? Everybody doesn't have to know in
California.
That's actually on the East Coast. It closes at
No one is talking about that. They're talking about Wall Street. About when the closing bell.
Wall Street.
Y'all playing me like I'm Willie Lump. Don't do that.
You are Willie. I'm
not Willie Lump.
You're embarrassing yourself, Amari. Okay, we tried to glaze over that, but
don't be glazing on nothing about when it comes to me. Glaze on these ladies. Don't glaze on your boy. Pause on me.
Let's move forward.
Do we have any other breaking news before Marty starts playing clips? I had a clip.
I thought we were doing responses. Did you?
Go ahead, sir. Go respond. I thought you were done.
What I had to answer your question was pray for the family of those kids. They were all killed.
Yeah, that's on my list. That's on the list to talk about. Thank you for reminding me. But let this go ahead and tell us, Ashton, and then let that gentleman respond about.
PT.
Okay, so who's supposed to go?
PT.
Oh, I thought it was. All right, so a few things. One, Mr. That drone thing. Again, we're talking about rapid advancing technology. Not no basic 80s drone, which they did have better, but back then than we do. We're talking about that. Materials are better, stuff's quicker, it can move in different ways, different directions, and lighter, and carry heavier stuff, etc. That's one. Another thing, when we talk about stock market manipulation, I'm someone in this room, and you can tell everybody who I didn't lose money, but my girl lost money in the Trump market. I made money in his manipulation in real time. Trump came out with the Trump coin.
What you're saying, Grim, is you're almost like saying, well, the best way, I mean, you're not saying this, but you were saying this, the best way to move up in America is through education. Why aren't Black people following that prescription? And, you know, do you agree with that framing?
You guys should look into race realism if that's a serious question. That'll answer all your questions.
Give me a second, guys. I'm in my backyard now, and I'm gonna start working out. I'm gonna try to talk to you at the same time, but JL, you know, things down to their very essence. That's just one of the things I like to do, and education. Basically, the more education you have, the more power you have, because when you're more educated, you'll be more articulate. You'll have a bigger vocabulary. You'll have more sophisticated, complex, higher level problem solving ability. You'll have the discipline and endurance to be able to work through problems for a longer period before you get exhausted. You know, all of these things, it will help you to be a leader among people. And so, I mean, if you're not equipped with these qualities, then you wouldn't have what it takes to be at the top of whatever.
Moving toward the direction that you want. For example, if you are really a smart victim, fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars.
I disagree with anything you're saying. What I think I'm trying to say is it's a really good thing that your parents prescribed that thesis to you. And so, therefore, you kind of had that North Star of how the world works, how power works, how success works. You were prescribed that earlier, and then you followed that guideline. What I'm saying is, again, and me, I'm Nigerian, so I had that as well. But told anything, they were just told to get a job. They weren't told, what types of jobs. They probably don't know what investment banking is, or some of these like more lucrative careers, because they just weren't prescribed that. And I think that kind of goes back to slavery and just not really understanding.
You said I'm African American. I'm actually Black American. So this is what you gathered from just being around your friends. Like this is just like this is like a perception that you created for yourself, just like being around them.
It depends on the group of friends. I grew up in Louisiana, a really poor state, but I went to college, and I have all Black folks are not a monolith. But my friends.
Listen, JL, don't talk to me about like, don't say like Black people. Listen, but you're saying rhetoric to me. I'm actually Black, dude. So don't tell me rhetoric that you know about Black people. That's not true. Like Black people's not a monolith. Like don't tell me about Black people. I'm actually Black. So you gotta up your vocabulary. So JL, what tribe are you from?
Don't worry about it, man. We done.
What's the matter? You upset that someone can talk to you in an intelligent way?
Your new position.
What happened? I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to engage this dude intellectually, and then he got upset because he wants to spew rhetoric.
Well, look, like, going back to that king and queen analogy, we're all kings or queens of our own castle. We all came together to sit at the same table to talk. I assume everyone who comes to sit at the table are kings and queens until proven otherwise. So
I was just he was talking about Black Americans. I'm actually Black American.
Yeah, I'm Black American too, and I gotta say, I don't think it was rhetoric. I just think he was voicing his opinion like such.
Yeah, which is fine.
Alistair's not Black, he's white, he's a fucking...
No, I'm Black. I'm a Black female, and I'm a lesbian. I've decided to change my pronoun to they, she, or her.
That's what I'm talking about. Like you got...
That's what I'm talking about. That you actually ain't got nothing to say. You got no point to make. You just wanted to interrupt JL. That's my point. Hello?
But you're a troll. So
I ain't a troll. I'm a man. With a cell phone, it's just your opinion that I'm a troll. And when Pepper says I'm a white man and I am, I'm not. I'm a Black woman and I'm a lesbian and I'm complete.
Wait, okay, so you just said that you was a man, but I mean, I think I recognize your voice.
I think I recognize your voice, Night King. You're very difficult to kill on the battlefield.
Black come on, here we go. And see, Grim, this is to your point when, like, you explain on that have. Just click my profile, you'll be all right.
Man, Grim is working out in the backyard. We're just providing him content at this point. Everybody needs to go to the gym and work out like Grim, because otherwise he's more supreme than us. He's more powerful. He's stronger.
Okay, that's cute. All right.
Hey, just let you guys know you're
come on, brother. Come on, bro. I'm Black, bro. What you doing?
And I'm Black too, and I don't appreciate your content or your submission. There's no point to this room anymore. Hello?
No, there is a point. Is when all the dust settles.
Hello, can I get my shit off? Or do I got a big mic? I guess I got a big mic.
Nah, you ain't got a big mic. Grim was talking about something. Go ahead, Grim.
Exactly.
Night King, you got it. I just want to quickly say that after the whole talk session, it will be clear who are the better people and who are just, obnoxious and don't know how to conduct themselves in a conversation.
Exactly.
And so what I'm trying to say is, there's no such thing as Black supremacy. There's just
last word. listen. Okay, so look,
he has delusional paranoia, schizophrenia.
This is my last call. Like, I set the room to where anyone is free to come up to the stage and talk, but if you had it set that way, I can't take you. Right, exactly. So I really don't want to do that.
That's fine. Well, that's cool. Grim, if you want to talk to an actual black supremacist, Yaz Servik down here is a black Hebrew Israelite. He's who you want to talk to.
Okay,
he came through came through transatlantic chattel slavery as people did. They were brought over here on ships, and then they were enslaved, and then they were impregnated by the white man, and now they're part white, but they believe that they're actually indigenous to the Americas, and that they're the real Israelites, and Jews aren't.
Hey, you had a question, right? Well,
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, weirdo.
Yahshua Loa Loingwe.
Yeah.
In the past week, I've been in a number of predominantly or like solely black rooms where I was.
No, they were general Hoodburger rooms.
I was enlightened by quite a number of the way some black people think. I wish I had a list, but I do recall some.
He was in nigger rooms where they were claiming that they're superior.
Why are you speaking for him? Like, shut up.
I'm trying to couple niggas.
But I don't speak for myself. Let him have
I know, but